April 23, 2025. And would Councilmember Middleton please lead us in the pledge?
Please rise. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Middleton,
present.
Councilmember Nelson,
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Present.
Vice Mayor Lopez Taff,
Here.
and Mayor Karpinski Costa.
Present. Next item, please.
This meeting of the Citrus Heights City Council is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at citrusheights.net. Tonight's meeting replays on Monday, April 28th at 9 a.m. on Metro Cable 14, and this meeting can also be viewed on the city's YouTube channel.
So I just want to announce that there is some overflow seating across the hall, and everything is audible there. Is that correct? So if people that are standing want to, be seated across the hall, public speaking won't be for a little bit of time. I don't know if you want to stand for 2 hours. So if you want to be comfortable, I recommend you go sit across the hall. But in consideration of the number of people who want to speak tonight, we're going to limit speakers to 3 minutes. If you've prepared something longer than that, there's some pencils in the back that you can line out some of the redundant sentences. And if you do not want to come to the podium, but you want to express your feeling on a matter, you can take the blue sheet, put your name on the front, and on the back, carefully print your comment and give it to the city clerk. And it'll be in our record. She can read it, or she could just file it. But either way, if you want to express something without going to the podium, that is easy for you to do in writing. What else did I leave out? Try to limit your comment legibly to 250 words. And was there any other things about the buzzer after 3 minutes?
Yeah, so we do have a countdown timer at the podium, and it will flash red when you're at the conclusion of the 3 minutes.
Okay, and so if you go over 3 minutes, we're going to cut your mic, right? All right, we have a long night ahead of us, so let's get going. Move approval of the agenda, please.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, presentations.
Our first presentation tonight is presentation number 4, a proclamation of the City of Citrus Heights proclaiming April 20th through 26th, 2025 as National Volunteer Week.
And I've asked Councilmember Nelson to handle this proclamation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. May we please have anybody who's volunteered with the city come up to receive this proclamation? Just come up to the podium. I see a few of you out there. Come on up. If you volunteered at City Hall, the police department, the event center, the neighborhoods. Thank you very much, and I'll get started reading our proclamation here. Whereas the City of Citrus Heights recognizes the invaluable contributions of volunteers who enhance the vibrancy and vitality of our community, and whereas communities across the nation celebrate National Volunteer Week to honor individuals who strengthen and enrich their neighborhoods through dedicated service. And whereas the city's volunteer hub serves as a vital tool, connecting residents with community groups and nonprofits to facilitate meaningful service opportunities and engagement. And whereas a highlight of this year's celebration includes the Chip In Hall of Fame Award, a volunteer recognition program aimed to highlight the volunteers in our community who are giving back to the betterment of our city. in which we received 12 nominations from our community members, acknowledging the efforts of their neighbors. And whereas, throughout the week, volunteers will engage in service projects across the city and will be publicly recognized for their dedication and impact on the community. And whereas we commend the outstanding efforts of our volunteers, community organizations, and neighborhood areas who have contributed countless hours of service to City Hall, the Community Center, now called the Event Center, the Police Department, and numerous community events. And whereas the spirit of volunteerism is a cornerstone of our city's resilience, prosperity, and sense of unity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Citrus Heights does hereby proclaim April 20th through 26th, 2025 as National Volunteer Week in the City of Citrus Heights and encourages all residents to celebrate and thank the volunteers who help make our community stronger.
Is there someone to accept the proclamation?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of City Council, City Manager, Mr. Ash. Tonight I stand up here not just for the Police Department volunteers or the city volunteers, but for all volunteers that serve this city, whether it's with the animal control people, the parents that volunteer their time, PTA, they call it something else now, but the coaches that do the Little League, the football teams, the soccer teams, all of them should stand proud today and this week for National Volunteer Week. I know there's another group or other groups that are out there, but when you see the volunteers with the kids and the volunteers that are taking care of the elderly, things like that, say thank you to them, please. Thank you.
Who do we give the proclamation to?
How about Mr. Lagomarsino?
Okay.
Will receive it.
Michael, can you take the proclamation on behalf of the other volunteers? Thank you.
Here you are.
Would any of the volunteers like to make any comments? Marissa, would you like to comment?
Yes, I would. Hi, everyone. My name is Marissa Brown. I'm the Communications Officer with the City of Citrus Heights and on the Economic Development and Community Engagement team. I want to thank the individuals here in front of us, but also the individuals who are not here today, but are still doing incredible work in our community. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your volunteer efforts in our city. You make our city a better place, and for that, we are extremely thankful. I do also want to take this moment to encourage anybody who is looking for opportunities to volunteer in the City of Citrus Heights. We do have an amazing volunteer hub that sources from our local organizations opportunities for you to give back locally. So if you're interested in doing that, we encourage you to check it out. You can find it on our website and at citrusheightsvolunteers.net. We'd love to take a moment to get a photo. Is that an option today? All
I
right.
think Councilmember Schaefer is itching to make a comment.
All right. Great.
Well, I just like to say, number one, this is part of our community experience here, having so many volunteers from our community. It really enhances, it makes the city feel, certainly if we had all city employees and no volunteers, we just don't have that connection that we get with volunteers with the community. And I appreciate that very much from you guys. I mean, hours and hours and hours and savings that are provided by the volunteers makes this government really effective. And so I just want to say thank you so much for all of the hard work you put in.
Okay, how about that? Do any other council members want to make comments before we have our little photo?
I was running up to get a photo, but I would like to say thank you as well. Volunteering is very important, and I see some volunteers who are still sitting in the audience. Maybe they'll come up to join us for the photo. But thank you all who are standing here and who are seated and who also are not at our meeting today.
I just wanted to say, since looks like I'm the only one, there's other people here that are part of the neighborhood ones, Dave, and a lot of people are here, and they do a lot in the neighborhoods, and I wish they would have come up too. That wouldn't be done otherwise. And like I'm a member of the Citrus Heights Women's Club, and we work with seniors and a lot of other people. We're doing things that wouldn't be getting done otherwise. So I just hope that other people do volunteer, and if you don't know what that means, like, look it up and see what there is to do, because there's so much out there, no matter if you are disabled or if you don't think you like people, you can work with animals and other things. And they're not kidding, and there's a lot to do. So no matter what you're doing right now, and if you're thinking of retiring, we need old people. Oh, wait a minute, I'm old. So we need elderly to do a lot of things, so look it up. Citrus Heights Women's Club. All right, thank you.
Elise, you took the words right out of my mouth. So I just wanted to say thank you to our Force for Good multipliers, our volunteers. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for investing your most valuable thing, which is your time. And Citrus Heights is better for it because of your work here. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything?
I'll say a couple of words. Thank you all for what you do. You donate your time, talent, and treasure. And because of that, Citrus Heights is a much better place. When we moved here over a decade ago, that was what drew us here. And that's what continues to draw people into our community. So thank you for being the beacon of light and good and kindness in our city. Thank you.
I want to echo what Councilmember Nelson pointed out. Those volunteers that are still seated, would you please just join us for the photo? Because especially you neighborhood volunteers, you're trying to hide. And we really appreciate all the work that you do. Huh?
If you're able.
If you're able, he says. Okay, is somebody not able? David can wheel himself up. He's a neighborhood volunteer. Let's go have a photo.
If I could get Jill on this side of the podium, that'd be great. You're good, Charlotte. Charlotte's good. She's the center. How else would it be?
Aren't you a neighborhood volunteer? Aren't you a neighborhood volunteer?
Yep, last chance, last call. All right. Feeling shy. All right, can't see Janet. There we go. Perfect. Smile. Do one more. Perfect, thank you.
And Marissa mentioned the Volunteer Hub on our website. It's an excellent place to start. All the nonprofits who are looking for volunteers, city looking for volunteers, everybody looking for work, volunteer work, you can go there and find something. And then you can even put in your likes, and when something comes up, they'll notify you. So if you want to read to children, there's all kinds of good things you can volunteer for, and we appreciate those who do. Next item, please.
Our next item is presentation number 5, a proclamation of the City of Citrus Heights proclaiming May as National Building Safety Month.
And who's done? You're doing that one.
I'm doing that one. Okay, so can I have the Building and Safety Division team come up to the podium, please? Do we have somebody from the Building and Safety team?
Here they come.
Here they come. Oh, she's dressed for it. Look at that.
That's it.
Fantastic. Okay, you ready? All right. Whereas the City of Citrus Heights is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and the essential role of our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disaster strikes, and game on, when the theme of the Building Safety Month 2025 encourages all of us to get involved and raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale, and our confidence and resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion and vigilant guardians, the building and safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safety and construction of buildings. And these guardians are dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes, standards, and to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors in public safety. Our code officials who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity, and these modern building codes and standards include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And we've had some crazy windstorms lately. It has been absolutely insane. So, and now therefore be resolved that the City Council of the City of Citrus Heights does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Building Safety Month and encourage our citizens to join us as we participate in the Building Safety Month activities.
Would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Hi, I'm Sienna Hudak, and I don't know what else this is. And I'm the junior building inspector for the Building Safety Month of May. So yeah.
I'm Joe Cuff. I'm the Chief Building Official for the city. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for recognizing how important building safety is. I do want to just throw out that we will be doing some community events this month. We haven't nailed down where and when yet, but that will be advertised when it is, and we encourage our community to come out and talk to us, ask questions. We're here to help. We're also going to be a part of the city's Tools of the Trade event on May 8th. So we encourage everybody to come out and talk to us. That's what we're here for. We're here to help you get your project done. So, thank you.
Go ahead. I'm Shara Hudak. I'm the Development Services Technician with the Building Department. Sienna is my daughter, and she is very excited.
She was here last year.
She was here last year.
She was shorter.
She is, yeah. And she's very excited to represent the Building Department this year again for us. And just like Joe said, we'll have some great events coming up. We're going to get that planned, and we're going to bring to you a great month.
So most of those events will be advertised on our website, so people can tune in our website and see when these Tools of the Trade event is happening. And usually you do your building safety stuff in the lobby. Is that where you're going
We'll
to
be
do?
doing that as well.
Yeah, we'll have a table in the lobby. We're hoping to branch out and do a couple more events at local businesses,
And
weekends.
it's kid-friendly and all.
Kid-friendly, tables, little giveaways.
Giveaways,
Yeah.
stuff you need, stuff you don't need. Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
Do we need a photo?
Yes, I think we do.
Let's take a picture.
And we have one more item.
Our next presentation, number 6, is a proclamation of the City of Citrus Heights proclaiming April as Fair Housing Month.
And I've asked Councilmember Middleton to handle this proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. If the folks from the nonprofit group Project Sentinel could come up, Akila Williams and Joshua Ta, to accept the proclamation in honor of Fair Housing Month. Good to see you again.
See you as well.
As many of you may know, that fair housing in general, is a super, super important thing to me. So thank you, Mayor. Whereas,
I knew that portion.
did you know that? Whereas Fair Housing Month is celebrated each April across the United States, and this year marks the 57th anniversary of the enactment of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968. And the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing and in other housing-related transactions based on race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. And as we observe Fair Housing Month, we reflect on the importance of affirming civil rights and standing against bigotry and discrimination within our communities, our state, and our nation. And the City of Citrus Heights affirms that all individuals have the right to choose where they live, free from discrimination, and supports state and federal protections that ensure dignity, safety, and equal opportunity in housing. And the City of Citrus Heights supports ongoing fair housing efforts to eliminate housing discrimination and acknowledges the important work of Project Sentinel in providing education to homeowners, landlords, property managers, tenants, and homebuyers about their rights and responsibilities under fair housing laws, as well as investigating complaints of housing discrimination throughout the Sacramento region. And the City of Citrus Heights is proud of its ongoing commitment to fair housing and remains dedicated to affirmatively furthering fair housing through its policies and practices while working to identify and eliminate barriers to housing choice. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Citrus Heights does hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Fair Housing Month and confirms its commitment to ensuring equal access to housing for every member of our community.
Can you introduce yourself and say some words?
Yes, of course. So my name is Akila Williams. I'm a fair housing coordinator here in Sacramento County. I am actually the sole person that covers all of the greater Sacramento region. My coworker Joshua could not make it today, but I am here for Project Sentinel. I did just want to say that it is Fair Housing Month. Right now, here in our nation, we are facing threats to our fair housing rights. And so it is very important that here in Sacramento County, but especially here in Citrus Heights, that we report the things that we see that are not right, and that we ask for the information that we may be not knowing what our fair housing rights are, right? And we do cover a broad range of different things. So whether you are disabled, whether you are elderly, whether you have children, whether you have a child care facility that you run outside of your home, whether it's based off of your race or your source of income, you have rights, and we are here to assist you in any way that you can. At any point in time, you all are welcome to reach out to us directly, and I will be happy to work with anybody here. I want to say thank you so much to the City of Citrus Heights. You guys have always been very supportive on our measures for fair housing. I believe Stacy, I always forget how to pronounce her last name, but she's a great resource here for us when we are doing our monthly collaboration meetings here at Citrus Heights City Hall. So just once again, thank you so much to the City of Citrus Heights for all of you guys' initiatives in helping us.
Thank you. Okay, our next item, please.
Our next item is public comment, and if you wish to address the council during the meeting or during an item on the agenda, fill out a speaker sheet and give it to myself, the city clerk. When you're called upon to speak, step forward to the podium and state your name for the record. As the mayor has mentioned, the speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each this evening. There is a countdown display that will flash red at the end of the allotted time. Consistent with the Brown Act, the council is prohibited from engaging in a discussion or taking action on any item not appearing on the agenda. And Mayor, this evening, I have one written comment for the general public comment section, and then the rest of the speaker sheets I have are for item 11.
Okay, so we'll probably hold item 11 until we get to it. Can you read the one that is not item 11?
Yes. So the public comment is from Alfred Sanchez, and he states, "It could be considered unethical for a public official to use derogatory language such as calling someone a pain in the blank, especially in a professional or public context. Public officials are expected to maintain a level of decorum and respect when interacting with constituents, even when disagreeing or facing criticism. Such language could be seen as unprofessional and potentially abusive." And that concludes his comments.
Okay. Next item, please.
Next item is comments by council members and regional board updates.
I will start with Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, I have attended a few events. On April 10th in the morning, I walked the site of Rush Park where the amphitheater is going to be installed. That was very exciting to see. Later that afternoon, I attended the Sacramento Transportation Authority Board meeting. And on April 15th, I met with Mr. Conrad in a private meeting with the city manager, which I requested to learn a little bit more. The next day, on the 16th, I attended the Citrus Heights Event Center ribbon cutting put on by the Chamber of Commerce. And then on the 21st, I attended the Neighborhood Area 1, or Citrus Heights Northwest monthly meeting at Round Table Pizza on Lichen. And a little plug for them and for everybody who lives north of the freeway in our city. They meet on the third Monday of every month at Round Table, and it will eventually move to Lichen School.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So, yes, been a bit, it's a typical busy schedule. We met on the 9th, on the 11th, I had a SAC-RT Real Estate Board Adjunct Committee meeting where we discussed the disposition of about 14 acres of bus and RT property for downtown, and then an acquisition of additional property out at McClellan. And then just right after that meeting, I met with our police chief, and we kind of touched base on a quarterly basis to talk about quality of life issues and things like that. It was a great meeting. Then on the 16th, I had a Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority meeting, where we talk about that organization is very well run. Lots of expansion, lots of little bit of controversy in how they're redirecting the trains to the it's Southern Pacific that no, it's not Union Pacific that owns the railroad, the Capital Corridor kind of uses the same rail lines. And so relining that to where we're separating the very busy freight rail side of it to going to passenger rail is a pretty big project. So that's something we're continuing to work on. It's probably not going to see anything on that till 2030 or so. Then on the 17th, I had a SACOG meeting. It was an interesting meeting, but SACOG is Sacramento Area Council of Governments. Lots of people ask me what that is. It's an organization where we have 26 cities and 31 board members discuss things that are really common amongst our regional partners. So, and then, that's it, actually. I had a cap-to-cap meeting this afternoon, so we're very excited about our cap-to-cap trip, so that's it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, this past couple weeks, spring break was happening, and so I was at home being mom and doing all the great things with the kids. Personal note, on April the 12th, I celebrated 17 years with my husband. We've been married 17 years, met in college, and he's hanging around, you know, I don't know. The 18th, I went to the Sacramento Valley Crime Stoppers crab feed, and that was a lot of fun. I got to sit with our police department, and I also got to see a lot of folks who have transitioned out of our department to the regional area and become chiefs and do other things, so it was really nice to reconnect with folks. The 19th, we had the Kiwanis Easter egg hunt, which was a fabulous, fabulous time. So many kids, lots of candy, and the poor Easter bunny
Eggs
was.
or potatoes?
We had eggs. The poor Easter bunny, a young high school girl, we just ran her around. She was having such a ball. And on the 21st, I went to the United Ways of California legislative recap for our region to talk about all the issues that we need to be working on together, not just as, Sacramento region, but as a state of California, to make sure those are addressed, to make sure our communities are healthy and safe and have housing. And that was.
It's good that you go to some of the meetings that we aren't all in the mainstream for. So.
That's why I'm so tired.
Yeah. Well, that way we have a reach out via you, through you to get there. That's good. Thank you. Vice Mayor Lopez Taft.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 11th, I attended the Sunrise Marketplace Board meeting, where we also discussed an item that we'll be discussing this evening. Also, on the 11th, I was invited to tour the Asian Resources, Inc. Service office, and that was really neat because they work with immigrants, refugees from other countries, getting them assimilated, resourced. They have English classes. It's a wonderful resource in our community, and I was appreciative of the invitation. Also on the 11th, gosh, I guess the 11th was a busy day for me. I attended the SAC Regional Transit Board orientation, which every time you have an orientation for any board appointment, it is a lot of information. They take you through the history, the budget, their strategic goals, and introduce you to all the key staff. And I think that's a really important activity to do whenever to truly orient you to the business at hand. On the 15th, I had the pleasure of presenting at my area neighborhood association, Chasen, which is Citrus Heights Area 789. Always a great time there. We have some great folks who run our meeting. 16th, also attended the Now Event Center ribbon cutting. 17th, I am on the Citrus Heights Chamber Board and very proud to do so. We are always on the lookout for how to bring economic development, businesses, and commerce and fun to our community. And this board meeting was no exception. And last night, the 22nd, I attended the San Juan Unified School District board meeting to give my support to an item where they were reporting back what they're doing here in Citrus Heights with Citrus Heights schools. If you recall, we had quite a robust conversation in our own community about education and schools. And it really did compel a great partnership with our school board and the Unified School District. And if you look around and compare a year ago today, what our schools look like today, you know that partnership has been quite robust and responsive since. And so I wanted to lend my thanks and appreciation for that. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer forgot something he wanted to mention.
And this is, I know this, I got what, the Pledge of Allegiance that this group did today was compelling. It was amazing. You guys did an awesome job, and it's the best one I've ever heard. That's one I want.
So many people here, the voices.
I know, but that was just, it was like amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Well, my update is I joined the park tour with Councilmember Nelson, and we saw where the amphitheater, because we had not seen the site, so, and City Manager Feeney went with us, and we got to see the site, made some comments on design. Bill Cook was there, and it was nice. We got to do that. Hopefully that will get processed and start groundbreaking this year. And then on the excuse me, on the 14th was supposed to be Monday with the mayor, but I was ill, so I did not go. And did you go for me? No. Okay, so I just didn't go. I didn't go. On Tuesday, from my sick bed, I zoomed into the mosquito meeting because I knew it was going to be a big, important meeting, and I wanted to know, I love the mosquito assignment, so I love to do that. So I was in bed zooming in, and the interesting thing is that we authorized what's called incompatible, it's a control where you infect male mosquitoes with a bacteria, an intracellular bacteria that lives inside the male mosquito. When he mates with a female mosquito, the eggs don't hatch. And so it's a way to control one particular species of mosquito, which is the one that carries dengue, Zika, and chikungunya. So it's the mosquito that we don't really have. It's called invasive because it's not our normal West Nile, everyday West Nile mosquito. It's it's an invasive mosquito that you get from foreign countries, and it's been coming into our area. And Natomas last year had a lot of these invasive mosquitoes, so we're going to release these males in Natomas. Now, males don't bite, so when you see a million mosquitoes getting dropped out of the sky, but they don't bite you, but they go find their little mates, and they create non-hatching eggs. So I'm trying to see how many we're going to put out there, but it takes 1,200 mosquitoes per acre. The thing with Natomas is they're next to the rice fields, and those rice fields maintain such a high mosquito population that they're hard to maintain because, we have drones that go out and drop some stuff, but you can't get to the middle of the rice field with any kind of a treatment. So it's interesting if we can control mosquitoes. But really, this is the mosquito that can carry diseases in foreign countries which don't have the same kinds of mosquito controls that we have. And imagine what this would do in foreign countries to control, if you could get malaria controlled to the Anopheles mosquito. But this is just a particular one mosquito. We had a couple of those mosquitoes in Citrus Heights a few years ago, but they haven't been here that much. So these mosquitoes don't fly far. They're about 500 feet is all they fly. So it's not like they're going to fly from Natomas to Citrus Heights. But anyway, it's interesting is that you have these infective male mosquitoes, and so it's called incompatible something or another, not SIT, ITT. So that's exciting. And what else? Lay eggs, don't hatch. That's it. Then I went to, I survived that meeting. And then on the next day, I went to the event center ribbon cutting and open house. And it's a way we rename our, instead of called the community center, which to us will always be a community center because we remember when we constructed it. But for me, I cut the ribbon 15 years ago. And there I was cutting the ribbon 15 years later, calling it the event center. And it was just weird. And it was an honor and pleasure to do this and to rededicate the building so that we can be branded within the region as a place to come and have events, because it is a beautiful venue. And I don't think the public knew about all the various aspects of it and what it can offer. So, and they had, each room was decorated with, it could be a bridal shower here. And so they had the rooms decorated. They had food in each room, little tidbits in each room. It was all different. It was good. The chamber put it on. It was a very nice event. Then I had a sewer briefing. I was so sick I forgot to call in, but he called and I did my sewer briefing. And then I did do Monday with the mayor this week. And some SMUD guys came and we visited one of the residents in my district to help him do some energy efficiency in his trailer. And so hopefully get his air conditioning so he doesn't spend gobs of money trying to cool himself off this summer. And I recommend if anybody has need for energy efficiency, they do it for free. They come out and see if you're doing the most energy efficient ways to stay cool in your homes. So that's something SMUD offers, and I appreciate SMUD's response. It's been good. And then I had some internal meetings, and this morning had a sewer meeting, 999-page agenda, and I got through most of it. So anyways, nothing big happening. That was mostly just reports. Anyway, that was my week. I'm still recovering. And so that's that. Next item, please.
Next item is consent calendar. Item 7, approval of the Sunrise Marketplace Property Business Improvement District 2024 Annual Report. Item 8, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, Single Audit Report, and Audited Financial Statements, and Compliance Report for Transportation Development Act funds. Item 9, a second reading of an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding fire prevention and protection for fireworks, Section 3878 and 3881. And item 10, authorize city manager to execute a purchase agreement with Cadence Team for the replacement of city's network and wireless infrastructure.
Okay, I'm not pulling it. I just want to make a comment on item 8. I want to thank our finance department, Susan and her team. They're unsung heroes. You know, our finance department, they have put together for you a popular annual financial report. We'll have it in a real pretty booklet by next meeting, but for now, it's on the city website, and it's easy to understand. Public can understand our budget and how our finances work in the city. So when you say, why aren't those roads getting paved just yet, you can look it up and see all how the money goes, where it goes, and our net positions and everything. So encourage you to look at that for your information. It's a very great document, and Susan she's gotten awards for her reporting, her financial reporting, her team, and I really thank her team and everybody on her team. Comment?
Yes, I'd just like to comment on item 7, and this is the Sunrise Marketplace. I'm not intending, I don't want we don't need the staff report on it. I just want to say that Kathy Lynn Carpenter, thank you so much for your hard work here. This is a 10-year agreement, and with 95% of the property owners in the Sunrise Marketplace voting to to contribute to a fund that all of the lighting, the signs, everything that goes around the Sunrise Marketplace is all paid through the property private business PBID, Private Business Corporation Improvement District. Thank you. Amazing. 95% on a 10-year agreement. The last year agreement we had was a 3-year agreement, and there was lots of controversy around that. This is just amazing. She did an amazing job, and I encourage you to read it. So with that, I will move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any other comments or questions? Anyone pull anything? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, before we go to the regular calendar, he forgot something, now I forgot something. And I want to take this opportunity to share something while all these wonderful people are in the room. Because at the end of the meeting, it'll be empty room. We're having a yoga fest on May 10th. And this is the only council meeting before May 10th. So I wanted to be able to say we have a yoga fest, and it's going to be from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Van Maren Park. So you can bring your little mat, and you do yoga. There's some, what do you call them, food trucks there. There's some all kinds of craft yoga things. But go to www.theyogafest.org, and you can sign up for a free ticket. I don't know why you need a ticket, but free tickets. So Yoga Fest, celebrate, meditate, elevate. So I wanted to make that announcement. Thank you. Now we can go to the regular calendar.
So the next item is regular calendar, item number 11. The subject is consideration of owner-initiated specific plan amendment for the Sunrise Tomorrow specific plan. The recommendation is that staff recommends the City Council review the proposed informal application and the analysis contained within the staff report and provide feedback and direction to staff and the applicant.
And good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Ash Feeney, your city manager. Before I hand this off to Director Kempenaar to give the presentation on this item, I just wanted to speak a little bit about what this item is. And so this is a review and comment item. It's not a formal public hearing. And the reason we offer review and comment processes, I know our city council, our city staff, we're really business friendly here. And by providing a review and comment, it saves time and money. versus going all the way through all the analysis process that is required to have a public hearing. Sometimes we get an application in and we want to be able to get an early read from a policy standpoint on, what people think about it, whether it's the community or the city council. That way there can be a savings in time to understand what thoughts are on the application, but also a lot of expense, because otherwise, to get to a formal public hearing, there's a lot of money that is spent on studies, so on and so forth, and there's a lot of time there, and with business, time is money. So this review and comment process provides that opportunity to get that early read and understand, to inform decision-making for private applicants. Casey will get into some of the policy considerations, or Director Kempenaar, as part of his presentation, and so I just wanted to speak to it's a review and comment versus a public hearing, and Director Kempenaar will get much further into the details on that. I'll turn it over to him.
Casey, before you start, I just want to let the public know the process, okay? Can we do that so that they're sitting so patiently? So Casey's going to give a presentation. Council will ask Casey questions. Then Mr. Conrad will give his presentation, and we can ask Mr. Conrad questions. Then we'll probably take a little break, during which time you can still fill out your speaker sheets. And when we come back from the tiny break, then we'll start with public comment. So that's the process if you are interested in how long this process will take. Is that good? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Casey Kempenaar, your Community Development Director, presenting on this item tonight. So tonight's agenda, City Manager Feeney covered the purpose already. I might touch on a little bit more. We'll give a little bit of the background on the history of Sunrise Tomorrow Plan. We'll go over the general plan policies that are relevant to the project, specific plan policies. The property owner will make a presentation and then review and comment at the end. So the City Manager said this is not a formal application. It's an informal opportunity to review a preliminary application to give some feedback. At the end of tonight, the council has kind of three different options to consider. Option one would be to direct the applicant to proceed with a formal amendment as described in their project description. Option two would be to tell the applicant you're not interested in entertaining his amendment any further. Option three would be to direct some sort of modification of sorts and direct the applicant to move forward with that option. So just a brief history. In 1969, the mall plans were announced, 1972 opened, and it went gangbusters for a long time. In fact, the city and the county over incorporation fought over the mall over incorporation, largely because it was a significant sales tax generator. And we incorporated in 1987. The mall continued to have a number of good years. Slowly, the revenue declined. And then in 2019, the City Council recognized some of the challenges that were happening out here and adopted a general plan amendment to guide the development of the site into the future. Shortly thereafter, we embarked on the development of the specific plan to have a holistic view of the site, and ultimately that plan, after a lot of community engagement and feedback, was adopted in the fall of 2021. The impetus for the plan was driven by a decline in economic impact of the mall. What once was a cash generator, sales tax, had declined significantly. There was a desire from the property owners to move forward with a lack of comprehensive planning and things like utilities and circulation and stormwater. There had also been an increase in the number of property owners. Some of the parcels had sold off, so it was becoming less cohesive. There were undesirable land uses proposed, including drive-throughs and gas stations, and there was a lack of owner commitment to invest back into the site. So as you can see here from this graph, in the mall's heyday in 2000, this shows the entire marketplace, but in the heyday, it was doing really well and slowly declined as we saw some competition from nearby agencies. The Roosevelt Galleria opened, you saw a big dip. We had the Great Recession, and then Palladio opened, and it just continued to decline and dropped off more rapidly since COVID, and the mall has continued to decline. While the marketplace has been continuing to do well, the mall once brought in about $2 million a year is now around $400,000 a year. So it's quite a decline from what it used to be. And we knew a lot of people wanted to be here. Sunrise and Greenback is the second busiest intersection in Sacramento County. And so as part of the effort to develop the plan, we wanted to know where those people are coming, those 50,000 cars are coming from and going to. And you can see on the chart on the left, about 2/3 of the people driving past the mall are not stopping or starting in Citrus Heights. That means they're using our roads, they're not contributing to the economy in a meaningful way, and they really needed a reason to stop. And you can see on the chart on the right, this is the income groups of where those people are originating. You can see that this level of income has disposable income to spend. We just have to give them a reason to stop and spend it here. The council also was really clear they wanted to make it a community-based plan. This was the single biggest, I feel comfortable in saying this was the single biggest outreach effort the city's ever undertaken. This was, as you can see by the statistics here, we had interviews with all different community members, residents, developers, property owners. We had a 300-person workshop in the vacant Sears building where people really got to get their hands dirty and do what they wanted and to share their vision for the site. And you can see on the very bottom, over 4.5 million impressions, which is really fantastic. You can see here, just as an example, they drew up plans, and this was the basis for the vision that went into the specific plan. And through that process, we identified the top priorities of the community. Number one is a central community public space. The mall may at one point have been the place where people gathered, but it wasn't that anymore. So having a central place again that was more comfortable and enjoyable was a huge priority for the community. A mix of retail, dining, and entertainment. And we hear this all the time in the community. We don't have enough dining opportunities, especially finer dining, and also entertainment is lacking. Opportunity for employment, some higher wage jobs, and diversification of employment choices would be good for the community. Neighborhoods with a mix of housing typologies and affordability levels, connections on the site and adjacent to the site, and then also ensuring the plan was flexible and adaptable. And this is a smattering of comments that were received. I think really worked their way into the vision of the plan. What's missing is a place to gather. We don't have that same place to gather as we once did. Sunrise needs to be a 24-hour destination, not just during the day. Mixed-use development, including multifamily housing, is really important. And it should include green space, perhaps with a trail system. So really what that boiled down to was improving quality of life and fostering economic growth. And so that's kind of at the heart of the plan's development. And that really meant a new heart for the city. We don't have a downtown, but this is the closest thing we got. So how do you make it a heart for the city that really is the place where when friends come to town, this is where you bring them to show off. So that coalesced in a vision statement, and it says, Sunrise Tomorrow transforms the Sunrise Mall into a 21st century Main Street, creating a new economic engine and a regional destination that supports high-quality daily life for Citrus Heights. So it's really powerful. That's the North Star for the plan. This is what we're trying to achieve through this plan. And how we get there is the 5 big ideas. So these 5 big ideas are really the lens as we review subsequent development applications. Are we hitting these 5 big ideas? If you are, you're moving the needle towards achieving that North Star, that goal at the end of the vision. To make that happen, there was a lot of thought and intentionality about the mix of uses, the types of uses, the level of intensity and density of uses to really create that vibrancy. On the left column, you can see the different land use types. And the second column, you can see the existing mall was purely retail, almost 1.1 million square feet of just retail. The third column shows this is the maximum development permitted under the specific plan. So this is more than what the market supports, but it is intended to be a ceiling. So as long as you're below that ceiling and that level of development is consistent with the vision of the plan, you get a streamlined process. And so it's not a mandate of any sort, it's just as the cap. As long as you're below that cap, you can move stuff around, you can have different mixes, but you gotta stay below that cap. So that was intentional because we wanted to build in flexibility because markets changed all the time. And as they change, we wanna be able to follow the market without having to do an additional review. And so that was based on, those numbers came purely so we did a market analysis and it said this is what the market would support, but then we said what would the site fit? And so what this column is, if you maximize every square inch of that site, this is what could fit on there. Will the market support that? Not today, but maybe in the future it would, so we really were intentional about future-proofing that. And then and most recently, we've been doing some work behind the scenes on infrastructure financing opportunities. And as part of that work, we had our consultant, a economic and market analysis firm, Cosmont, take a closer look at the numbers that were from the plans development in 2021. And they said, yeah, some things have changed. The market has changed slightly, but we still have a lot of opportunity. There is a market for 938 multifamily units out here. Still a market for office, looking at more of the medical office situation. Hotels, we know we have hotel interest in the site, community institutional, and still a retail. So there's still demand on the site for the uses that built the plan. So you can see the site today. It's 100 acres of just about 75 of parking. So vast fields of parking. There's a lot of opportunity for growth within the site before you even have to touch the buildings on the site. And this plan illustrates kind of the theory behind the plan with a central main street at some point in the future. But in the meantime, there's all this periphery parking lot that could be used into different clusters of different typologies. So you can see on the perimeter of the site was really geared towards residential. We have a significant need for residential here in the city. And so really the thought was put those uses as more of a buffer along the adjacent residential areas, including parks and open space to give some privacy and respect for those adjacent neighbors, while allowing for more intense uses towards the center of the site. So you can see clusters of neighborhood residential, a cluster of entertainment anchor, and so as you go into the site, it grew more intense and more higher heights and higher density type of products. And really that thought process was to have a high synergy mix of uses while also giving residential area a kind of a quieter area that they can walk away from the hustle and bustle in the middle and walk back to their house and get out of it if they want to. Tonight's application is looking at a couple of the planning areas that are in the specific plan. Plan Area 3 is the bulk of the conversation related to, this is the Sears site. So as you can see here, again, there's a lot of community green space to provide privacy and buffer to these existing neighborhoods. And with a mix of housing typology, so townhomes, you have more apartments, and then senior or active adult areas, along with entertainment. And then the entertainment plaza spills out onto the future Main Street. So it's really trying to design as a tiered approach, going from the outside, stepping up to more intense uses. As part of that, as you heard, the community's desire for more open space. The target for this particular planning area is 30 to 40% open space. And so you can see it's wound throughout the site through different parks and trails and amenities to kind of connect all the spaces together. The second portion of the subject application is related to the planning area 4. So this is on the east side, and you can see roughly the area that would accommodate the area where Home Depot is proposed. So as you can see here, this is made up of a mix of residential typologies as well as an open space, large community green. And this is really meant to serve not only the existing residents, this is a park deficient area. There's not a lot of parks in the immediate vicinity. So this higher density area, the single family homes don't have an easy place to go. So this park would serve that purpose, but not only them, it would serve future residents. As we put up to 2,000 units of housing here, they need a place to go play. And so that's what the intent was behind this, was to allow an open space for people to gather and hang out. So the city has been hard at work advancing the vision of the plan to move it forward. The City Council approved a parcel map and development agreement to streamline a hotel to occur on the U.S. Bank property on the northwest side of the site. So that's approved, and as part of our strategic objectives, Director Huber is working to help finalize that deal and bring a hotel to the site. The city approved a Montessori school in the former Sears appliance area, and that's under construction. We approved an electric vehicle charging station, which is also under construction near the Sears Auto Center. We've been really active in pursuing grant funding. We were this close to getting a high-impact transformative grant through the state, which would have been $10 million to help offset the frontage improvements necessary to make this all come to fruition. One of the challenges was the property ownership at the time had not been exploring housing, and that was kind of the focus. And so we needed to show some progress on housing. We weren't getting there yet. So we're really close. We also have been successful in getting Green Means Go funding. That's through SACOG, and that has enabled us to look at enhanced infrastructure financing district and supporting the infrastructure engineering support that will be needed to actually build the infrastructure out there. And then last but not least, in partnership through SACOG, Reconnecting Communities Grant. This is a $450,000 grant that will help us with the frontage improvements, doing the design and engineering so we can get that shovel ready. So when we're ready to go, we can build that out and move forward. Most recently, in March, the City Council held a strategic planning retreat, and part of that was focused on Sunrise Tomorrow. How do we advance that vision? And so the first part I mentioned is partnering with a hotel property owner to kind of be the first domino to fall on redevelopment of that site. The second part was to come to the council in the summer with a mini strategic plan, how to advance the plan in more detail. So focus on infrastructure investments, policy incentives, funding mechanisms, and legal considerations. And so that's all something we're ready to start working on and bring to you for your consideration in the near future. It's been an investment not only on the city's part, but as a region. The city's invested $1.1 million into the development of the specific plan in the EIR, and as well as staff time. And it's really important to note that the specific plan EIR are things that developers prefer to have for eliminating risk. So by having the zoning clearance that's established through a specific plan, by having the CEQA clearance through an EIR, you eliminate two big hurdles for developers that they're looking to come to a site like this because they don't have to deal with that in the future. We partnered with Regional Transit. Sunrise is identified as a bus rapid transit corridor, which makes the site really compelling and competitive for grants. And we worked with Regional Transit to design a bus rapid transit stop on the site to bring people to the center of our city. We also, through SACOG, as I mentioned, the green zones, focused on making infill development easier and bringing housing to infill areas. And then again, the Reconnecting Communities grant. If you look on the right, you can see this was a SACOG's announcement about this partnership with a $22.5 million grant for the region. And look what they show on the website as their highlight was Sunrise Tomorrow. So in 2024, Ethan Conrad Properties submitted a site plan for consideration and review, and that was shown. That is shown here. You can see it's a Home Depot, a mix of drive-through uses, some repurposing of existing buildings with a Sunrise Montessori and a National Bowling tenant. Since that time, the applicant conducted community outreach this past winter to neighborhood areas and community groups. In response to the feedback received, they have reduced the number of quick service drive-throughs from 8 to 6 over 3 phases. They've added an open space event area in phase 2. They identified a 3-acre location for housing in phase 2. The clarified limits of storage would be limited to just basement areas of existing buildings, and they also eliminated light industrial uses from being considered. In addition, they kind of staggered it in 2 phases. Phase 1 being largely the property under their ownership currently, as well as a small portion the applicant's under contract with NAMDAR to purchase to help accommodate the Home Depot. So there's more detail on the first phase and a little bit less detail on the second phase, which would cover the remaining 50 acres that's currently owned by NAMDAR. It includes proposed tenants of In-N-Out, Home Depot, Sunrise Montessori School, Judy's Cleaners within the basement, National Bowling entertainment use, and an EV charging station. So you can see here, this is the phased map that shows the first phase being the southern part with phase 2 with a more site plan to follow. There's an event space shown here just east of the existing men's Macy's, as well as a multifamily housing area about 3 acres identified in phase 2. So their specific request is to allow 6 quick service drive-through businesses. Currently, there's 0 allowed in the specific plan, and that was really intentional as we developed the specific plan because we wanted to make sure we were getting the highest and best use for the site, ensuring that the uses coming in were compatible with some of the uses we're trying to attract, such as housing. Same thing with Home Depot. Currently, building and landscape material sales is not allowed, and that was also intentional, is trying to make it sure we have compatible uses so we're not hamstringing us in the future. And then storage has been banned. Storage does not bring people into a community, so it was intentional that that was not included as part of the specific plan. The applicant has also requested a reduction of open space requirements. 30 to 40% is the open space target in areas 3 and 4. Overall, the Sunrise Tomorrow open space target is 25 acres. So the applicant's proposal in phase 1 is no open space within the phase 1, and about 1 acre in phase 2, which would represent about 4% of that 25-acre requirement. The applicant has also requested change in how the stormwater utility is handled. The specific plan was really thoughtful in trying to ensure maximizing space. And one way you can do that is more of a holistic approach to things like stormwater. If you're using a site-wide approach, you're able to take an overall smaller space and you can make it an amenity versus if each individual property owner is tasked with dealing with their stormwater, you have these little basins and things that may not make as much sense and may not be as much of an amenity. So the application reflects a change and would require each individual property to handle its own stormwater. So that is an overview, and now I'm going to dive in a little bit to the city's policies. So the first thing we always do reviewing any application of the city is it consistent with the general plan? The general plan is our constitution. It's really what we should always start with. Is this project consistent with the general plan? For the sake of time, there's probably 100 general plan policies. I'm only going to focus on a couple that are the most germane, and as well as same with specific plan, there's dozens of policies, but I'll focus on the most germane. Your staff report has a in-depth analysis of all the policies as well. So the general plan policy was specifically created in a tandem with adopting the specific plan. And it says, transform the Sunrise Mall into a premier regional destination, flourishing center of community life, where residents and visitors work, shop, live, and play. So that's the goal. So the question as you review applications is, are we moving towards that goal or not? So these various actions, so action A is implement the plan. Okay, well, we got to do that. That makes sense. Use a flexible approach. And I talked a little bit about the flexibility that's built into the plan. Promote uses in Sunrise Tomorrow that can be economically supported, financially feasible, and self-sustaining, and maximize fiscal benefits to the city. So that's a question you can ask. Are the uses proposed going to benefit us in the long run? Continuing on, promote development in Sunrise Tomorrow in a manner that creates an attractive, distinct, cohesive, high-quality place where residents and visitors come to shop, work, live, and play, including an urban design that supports a community and regional destination, open space and multi-use trails that connect land uses, streets designed for people, livable neighborhoods providing a variety of housing types, and then last but not least, strongly discourage uses that do not contribute to a pedestrian-friendly environment. So as you review the application, not only are we reviewing potentially an amendment to the specific plan, it could potentially require amending the general plan. Next is policy 25.2 has to do with the regional housing needs assessment. And so this is a process in which the state allocates housing to the region allocates to the city, and we're tasked with identifying land appropriate to accommodate housing. As part of our last housing element, we identified about 350 units to the site, which is intended to help meet the city's obligation. But we also know that there's a need. We have another housing element cycle coming up in 2029, and we're built out. We don't have a lot of opportunity to add housing to the city without some significant rezoning and other processes. The applicant did reflect a 3-acre area for housing shown here on the screen. That is equivalent to about 117 units per acre. Some considerations related to that is the feasibility of that level of density, how would it park, how the infrastructure would work, the distribution and mix of unit types. One of the tenets of this specific plan was having a variety of housing types. So how do you do that in a 3-acre area? And also proximity to Home Depot. So the noise, trucks, backup alarms, is that going to be a conducive place for housing? And one of the things we have to be aware of is HCD is the authority who approves, is the one element of the general plan that HCD approves. And if you change something related to your arena, they have a say in it. And so one of the things they're going to be concerned, they're going to ask the same questions. Well, how is this, if you're changing this, then you're not going to have all these areas for housing, how are you going to accommodate 350 units? And so they're going to ask, okay, well, does it make sense? And if not, they'll tell you, okay, you need to rezone land elsewhere. So the question is, where would that be? The applicant has indicated a desire to create some parcels that would allow for selling additional properties. A few years ago, the council adopted this policy that says basically discourage any new parcels in commercial centers if it's going to hinder the viability or our ability to redevelop in the future. And that was really intentional to make sure that we're giving these commercial centers the best chance to redevelop and not have to fight a bunch of property owners to come to an agreement and allow something to happen there. So we don't know the exact location of any of the future parcels or what their shapes are, but some future considerations would be, are those parcels going to impact our ability to redevelop and fully utilize the site? Are there potential impacts of routing infrastructure that would be a challenge because of additional parcels? And one of the findings to approve a parcel map is to find that it's consistent with a general plan and specific plan. So knowing that, you'd have to consider that if you were evaluating a parcel map, is it going to be consistent with this policy related to making redevelopment? You don't want to make redevelopment any harder. So the specific plan vision statement we touched on previously, this is really, again, the North Star. Any application that comes in, are we moving towards that North Star or not? So that's a really important question for you to consider as you weigh different applications. 5 big ideas. Again, these are the criteria that every application should go through to determine if we are moving the needle towards that North Star. Is it creating a community regional destination? Is there a green network that's being developed? Are we putting in streets for people, or are we using existing parking areas? Are we creating livable neighborhoods, and is it going to become an economic engine as a result of these efforts? In terms of specific plan policies, returning the site to a regional destination is critically important. Bringing people from outside the city to also shop here, play here is really important to create that dynamic customer base that would be spending money here and shopping here. So the uses in which come on site is really important to consider. A cohesive, synergetic mix of uses is really important to get the right fit. So things like destination retail, restaurants, theater, family entertainment, hotel uses are specifically called out in this policy for things that should be attracted. Community and regional serving institutional uses such as education or healthcare uses, as I said, there is the demand for medical office buildings. So is this an appropriate place for that? Policy LU7 talks about thoughtful design and minimizing impacts to adjacent residential areas. So the impact of a Home Depot and drive-through uses are unknown at this time. But we do know that those uses do have a lot of traffic. They do create air quality challenges. They do create noise. So placement of those is in proximity to those was really thought out as were ruled out as part of the specific plan development because we didn't think they were compatible with the housing that is either next to it or proposed. There's also a specific policy that clarifies that auto-oriented uses and drive-throughs are not permitted. And this proposal includes up to 6 drive-throughs. Street standards, the plan calls for complete streets. So those are dedicated roadways that provide sidewalks, they're tree lined, they serve as an infrastructure backbone to help serve the infrastructure to the interior of the site. The bus rapid transit is a major selling point. That's how we attract grants. And the green loop is a 1 mile loop that would go through the site connecting all the different features. Pedestrian circulation, so the plan calls for a network of sidewalks past Paseos and the green loop to make it so you can walk between sites in a safe and convenient manner. Open space policy, one is provide a high quality and active open space network. And again, I touched on how important the community thought open space was for the site. And you can see here the targets for these 2 planning areas is 30 to 40%. And as I mentioned, neither of these areas has any open space proposed as part of the application. I touched on earlier the low impact development or stormwater. Again, the use of a holistic site-wide approach to stormwater is a more efficient use of land. It gets you more bang for your buck. We are required to treat the stormwater before it enters the storm system, and then capture any trash. So doing that on a site-wide basis is a lot easier from a maintenance perspective and a lot more efficient from a land use perspective. On the site, the lowest corner of the site is the southwest corner on the Sears property, and that's the most logical place to send things like sewer and stormwater because they only go downhill. So there was a lot of thought, and we dealt with the previous owner. They acknowledged the fact they had to take their share of the stormwater and work together in a way that allowed the rest of the site to develop. And then last but not least, a stormwater management plan would be required to help demonstrate how the existing stormwater flow is sheeting off and how you would handle that on this site. So just touching a little bit more on utilities, as you can see on the site, it is a single-purpose retail developed site, and the infrastructure is getting near the end of its life. It's over 50 years old, so it's starting to get to the end, and it wasn't built for the level of intensity of the Sunrise Tomorrow plan. So a lot of that gets cleaned up of the plan to ensure we have infrastructure in a way that is thoughtful and within the roads, so allows future and progressive phased development. And you can see here on the screen from the specific plan, the point of connections are all highlighted there on this lowest portion of the site, also connecting to Macy's Plaza Drive, so you have easy access in a public street. So there's a lot of thought about the why the stormwater connection, or all the utility connections were provided there. So just some overall policy considerations. The Sunrise Tomorrow vision is obviously spelled out in the general plan and specific plan, and it really serves, those two documents serve as the guide as you review applications such as this. Should the amendment as proposed move forward, is it really likely that the general plan and the specific plan would have to be amended. So keep that in mind in terms of the long-term vision for the city. In terms of environmental review, this is not, because it's a preliminary conversation, this is not a project under CEQA. Any formal amendment would require a focused CEQA review, likely focusing on topics of circulation, air quality, noise, greenhouse gases, and similar. In terms of community engagement, the project has been widely broadcast for community members to weigh in on. The applicant had initially proposed in November and January and requested postponement, but as part of those efforts, each time we had done a news flash, we had notified stakeholders, we had development pending signs out at the site, there was an amendment-specific website, and through that, we received over 160 comments between October and March. And you have a stack of those on your dais, and any additional ones that have come in since yesterday are also on your dais, including comments from SACOG, which we have council members sit on all these agencies, Regional Transit, and Sacramento Air Quality Management District. And then as we prepped for this meeting, very similar process to the previous two approaches. The only difference is we did a 500-foot mail notification to let those within 500 feet of the site know about the hearing tonight. So again, wrapping up on the council direction is there's kind of three choices. One would be to say go ahead and continue on with the proposal in front of you. One would be say, no, we're not interested in pursuing any changes to the specific plan at this time. Or the last one would be some sort of hybrid where you come up with some sort of parts that you like and maybe parts that you don't, and give some solid direction on how you'd like to proceed. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff from council? Any questions? I have one question. That map that showed the little detentions, the little stormwater area in the bottom of section C, is that the agribusiness thing, the agri?
Yeah, that's one possibility there.
It could like be,
one I thought was, that's a focal point as you come to the site. So having some open space as you come to the site, you
Make
could.
it an
There was a
amenity
thought to daylight the existing underground creek there, and so you can do stormwater improvements as you come to the creek and make it a pretty cool feature.
Okay. You have a question?
Mayor, I'm going to reserve my comments and questions for after the applicant.
Comments
does.
are later, questions are now.
I don't have any questions for the.
Okay. Okay.
I have one question, Mayor, if you don't mind. Director Kempenaar, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that there is grant funding available potentially if the ownership would include housing. Could you speak a little bit more about what would be required of the ownership to get that grant?
Yeah, with the HIT or Higher Impact Transformative Grant, the weakness of our application is there was no active housing applications moving forward. We had the hotel application going through at the time, but there was no active housing applications being processed at the time. The owners at the time were not housing developers, or that wasn't their jam, so there was not a housing process going through, or housing entitlement going through.
Okay, and just to be clear, that grant is still available. There still has funds available, and we could still potentially apply.
I don't know that specific grant is, but in the world of grants, there's a lot like this that focus on mixed-use infill development opportunities, including ones that are on transit. So we hit a lot of marks to be really competitive with this project as the plan is today. The question is, if the plan changes, that could make our competitiveness drop quite rapidly.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so next we hear from the applicant. Did the plan, applicant is next. There you are.
Good evening. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm Ethan Conrad, and I'm presenting our specific plan amendment.
Is that microphone close enough to you? Can everybody hear him okay?
How's that? Better?
Is that better?
I think it's designed for people who are shorter or something. I don't know. Maybe I need to lean forward more. So I'm Ethan Conrad, and I'm presenting our specific plan amendment. We're going to have a total of 5 speakers presenting in one group, which I understand is approved as long as we're below the time limit. I'm going to start by saying that I'd say we all have the same goal, which is that we all want Sunrise Mall to be successful. So I think that's everyone's goal. So, but I want to make sure that that's as a baseline. I think that's a goal that should be emphasized. My entire adult life, I've done nothing but commercial real estate in terms of a career, and I truly enjoy it. When I started my career in commercial real estate, I started as a broker after graduating from Sacramento State University, which was about 36 years ago. So I've been doing commercial real estate for 36 years. After a few years of being a broker, I started buying value-added commercial real estate properties, which typically had vacancy, deferred maintenance, and were good properties, but needed someone to put some love into them and make them better properties. Over the last 30 years that I've been buying properties, we've gone from having 3 tenants in one building that was 20,000 square feet to now having over 2,000 tenants in over 400 buildings totaling over 11,000 square feet. We're now one of the largest commercial real estate landlords in the Sacramento area. The program I developed in terms of purchasing properties that were value-added properties that needed improvements and needed to be re-tenanted has been very successful. In fact, we've never had any property that has ever been a loser, that's been unsuccessful. Although I suppose that will happen at one point in time. Hopefully not with Sunrise Mall. Nonetheless, today, we have a 100% track record in terms of having successful redevelopment of properties. Based on a very good track record, the cities and counties where we own properties are usually very excited and very supportive of our redevelopment efforts because our redevelopment benefits the communities where the properties are located. This is specifically because of the fact that we take properties that have deferred maintenance that usually look unattractive and have low occupancy and remodel them and make them beautiful properties, as well as leasing them to great tenants, which again benefit the communities that they're located in. Truly, what I enjoy the most about this business is transforming good properties into much better properties that have much better tenants in them and increasing the occupancy, which then benefits, again, the communities that they're located in. What we want to do with the Sunrise Tomorrow property is to improve it to make it a better property that's economically viable, which would then benefit the city of Citrus Heights, not only from a benefit the residents, but also benefit the city in terms of tax revenue. Therefore, I really appreciate getting your help in achieving this mutual goal. As you're aware, over the last 3 months, we've conducted a significant amount of community outreach and met with all of the neighborhood associations in the city of Citrus Heights. Based on those meetings, as Casey touched on previously, we've modified our plan to make it more in line with what the community feedback we received. So we reduced the number of drive-through restaurants, we removed all reference to industrial uses, and we added an area for electric vehicle charging, which are now signed a lease for, and we're underway with construction. We've added the open space for public gatherings. We've added residential, and specifically multifamily residential that's high density. We have not stated a number of units, and we can simply enlarge that land area for residential if the demand is there. Keep in mind that I can't control demand, so we can't necessarily say that we're going to have a certain number of units exactly without knowing that the residential developers are there. As I described in a moment, also as a modification to our specific plan, we separated the phase one work, phase one portion of the land, which is approximately 25 acres I currently own, from the 50 acres to the north, which we're in escrow to buy, as you're aware. With regard to the two phases, as you're aware, again, our company currently owns the phase one. And on that phase one work, portion of the property, that's where we have specific plans, which of course include the re-tenanting of the former Sears building, including hopefully leasing a portion of it, about 40,000 square feet, to Lucky Strike. We've already leased space to Sunrise Montessori School, which we're completing the tenant improvements on now. And we have a pending deal with Home Depot and In-N-Out Burger. With regard to the northern approximately 50 acres, we understand that there's going to be more requirements on that than the land I own in terms of implementing more of the specific plan amendment items. I acknowledge that the city of Citrus Heights is more focused on the northern 50 acres in terms of having that be more of a lifestyle type center, and I'm receptive to it, keeping in mind that market demand is what really dictates how properties are redeveloped. Home Depot is really the catalyst for the redevelopment of the Sunrise Tomorrow property. As I believe all of you are aware, Home Depot's use is what will be the driver, because they're the anchor tenant, which will be the driver for other national tenants. A majority of the tenants that are interested in leasing space in all of the Sunrise Tomorrow property have indicated that their interest is contingent on Home Depot building on the property. In other words, these other tenants are not interested in leasing space in the Sunrise Tomorrow property if Home Depot is not built their building there first. Therefore, again, it's crucial that Home Depot's use be approved because it's the catalyst. It's what will make the rest of the property be successful. As far as the specific plan amendment, I can almost guarantee you, based on the experience I have with redeveloping a lot of properties over the years, that the property will be successful overall, assuming our specific plan amendment is approved. For clarity, all we're really asking for is that the allowed uses for Sunrise Tomorrow be updated to allow the logical uses of the property per the specific plan amendment that we've submitted, including a limited amount of drive-through restaurants, Home Depot's use, and the basements of the two former Sears buildings to continue to be allowed to be used for storage, which is all they're really good for anyway. There's no retailers that want to be in a basement. I believe, as all of you have confirmed, that the current specific plan does need to be updated so that it's economically viable. If it's not economically viable, no one will ever build it. The fact that it's been 5 years since the specific plan came out and nobody's built it means that it needs to be it needs to be updated to be economically viable. Also, as an example, what I'm referring to, Casey touched on the fact that there is some interest from tenants in medical office buildings, but office buildings right now are selling for 20 to 30% of replacement cost. Medical office buildings are selling for about 40 to 50% of replacement cost. So nobody's going to build any office buildings in any time in the near future because the current fair market value is so much less than the cost to construct. One item is also really important. We're not proposing that any of the allowed uses per the current specific plan be eliminated. We're simply proposing that there be some minor adjustments that are driven by the market demand to update the current specific plan, not to eliminate any uses. Lastly, with the specific plan amendment that we submitted, we're proposing that the different portions of that there be more flexibility as opposed to what different uses can be allowed in different portions of the property. With that, I'll turn it over to Home Depot, and then I'll finish with comments after the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. I'm Dan Zoldak, Lars Anderson Associates. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members for having us here today. Home Depot is here to support the project. We feel we'll be a good member of the community. We feel Ethan's words is a good synergy to start his project. We are all in ready to go as soon as we get some approvals and allowed uses for this project. We're excited. We feel this is a good location for our project. We'll bring a lot to the community. As far as cohesiveness, Home Depot coexists in many centers adjacent to mixed use. We have plenty of projects where we're co-developing mixed use and type of centers that you guys are envisioned for this property. Along with Ethan, I think we can deliver a very successful project. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Pocius, and I'm a development manager with In-N-Out Burger. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the Sunrise Tomorrow Evolution Plan, and more specifically, to share why we feel In-N-Out would be a great addition to Citrus Heights. While this isn't a hearing where a final decision is being made tonight, we really value the chance to be part of the early conversation. It gives us the opportunity to provide some background on who we are, what we bring to the table, and why. If this plan moves forward and eventually gets approved, we'd be honored to serve the Citrus Heights community. I also want to acknowledge and thank all the residents who came out tonight. It's clear that people care deeply about the city, and we appreciate that level of engagement. Our goal tonight is to help provide context about In-N-Out and share some of the many benefits we believe we can bring to your community. We've proudly remained a family-owned company since 1948, and we're not franchised. That means we grow very deliberately in places where we can build long-term partnerships, and Citrus Heights is one of those places. We're not just looking to open a restaurant, we're looking to become a part of a community. If this project is approved, our new location would create around 80 jobs locally. These are high-quality opportunities, especially for young people, students, and others looking to grow in a team-focused environment. In this area, our starting wage is approximately $22 an hour, which is higher than California's fast food minimum. It's one of the ways that we invest in people from day one. What we offer goes well beyond wages. Our associates receive training, mentorship, and real pathways for growth. The vast majority of our managers started as hourly associates. We also offer paid vacation, flexible scheduling, and healthcare benefits for full-time team members. We believe in creating a workplace where people are proud to be part of, because when our teams succeed, so do the communities we serve. In-N-Out restaurants also consistently generate some of the highest sales tax revenue in the industry, which directly supports city services like public safety, parks, and infrastructure here in Citrus Heights. We're also proud to give back through the In-N-Out Burger Foundation and other charitable programs which support children, families, and meaningful causes. That generosity often directly benefits the local communities where we operate and serve. We're excited about the potential to be part of Citrus Heights, not just as a business, but as a long-term community partner. We appreciate the chance to be here tonight and to share what makes In-N-Out unique, and we thank you for considering us to be part of this next chapter for the city. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Councilmember Schaefer has a question for you.
Yes, for
Yes, Mayor.
In-N-Out. Can you tell me, where is an In-N-Out less than a mile or so from a freeway interchange? Is there one, where would I find one of those?
Less than a mile from,
Less than a mile. I've seen them all over the place, but they're usually pretty within a mile of a freeway interchange. We're about 3 miles from the freeway interchange.
well, I'm prepared to tell you about one, only because it's in the town that I live in, Rancho Cucamonga, California. Now, it's a great segue, Council Member Schaefer, for me to also add that we have currently 419 stores open between California, Oregon, Arizona, and many other states. Every store is unique. So to answer your question, City of Rancho Cucamonga, California, on the corner of on Foothill Boulevard, is one that I can.
What was that?
Rancho Cucamonga on Foothill Boulevard.
Lico?
Foothill, sorry.
Foothill.
Yes. And that's not to suggest there aren't others, but you kind of got me on the spot here. And if I knew that, I'd be able to bring that information with you. I'm not part of the real estate acquisitions team. I'm part of the. I'm a development manager, where I come and present to communities like this and to the council, and I process and get the plans approved. And Casey, by the way, I've had the chance to speak to him a few times, and he's a great representative that you guys have on the front line. And I just want to take a minute and thank Casey for every time I called. It's wonderful when we get that kind of engagement. So that's a really long answer.
I asked the question because I looked on your website and where you're expanding, Utah, you're expanding in Idaho, you're expanding in Las Vegas, but they're all right on the 5 stores, right on freeway interchanges. And Las Vegas is right on the Strip, but it's still just one, it's really close to getting the off-ramp. So I've not seen one that's not close to a freeway on-ramp. So that would be my concern was, okay, so would this really happen? Would you be in a position to decide that this is a location you would pick?
As I mentioned, Council Member Schaefer, I'm not at the top of the food chain, but I am in the food chain, and I can tell you that we've had this project on our books for 2 years, and we are very patient. In-N-Out is very thoughtful, as I mentioned in what I said, in that I'm sorry, Ethan, if I'm taking too much time and everybody. We pay attention to areas. We're very patient because when we want something, nothing ever comes easy in life. And that's the culture that I've been part of, and I'm fortunate to be part of with In-N-Out. It's very methodical. If you're questioning if this is, too good to be true kind of deal, I wouldn't be here tonight, sir, unless In-N-Out wouldn't have paid $1,000 for a flight and an airplane, and everything that goes along with it. I hope you can sense from my passion. Yes, I read from a paper, sir, but I wrote it all myself, and we bring everything that we can to every community we serve, and that's not hot air. We have a lot of different community services, nonprofits. I could stay all night and tell you guys about In-N-Out, but I won't do that. I think there's other speakers that want to come up here and speak.
Well, certainly, we'd like to maintain a relationship with you because we have some other ideas too. So
Well, we appreciate you, again, it's not hot air when I say I appreciate all the community that's here. It shows they care, and that's important. So with that, Ben Combs from Judy's Cleaners, we'll ask him up next.
Thank you, Dan. I think it'd be cool to have an In-N-Out here, so it'd be a little closer for me. Members of the City Council, Vice Mayor, and Mayor, and all the staff that I've met with and talked to over the years, I really appreciate the time here. My name is Ben Combs. I own Judy's Cleaners, and more important than that, I've got a lot of history here in Citrus Heights. I moved here and helped start the Penny Saver in 1980. For those that don't know what the Penny Saver is, it's now Google. So, but we used to publish a little magazine that went out to all the, and Citrus Heights was my territory. So that's how long ago I got here. I remember the early efforts to gain cityhood and what I call the LAFCO blockade. I remember going to meetings in the early 80s. And of course, life got in the way, but I did buy my first home in 1984 in Citrus Heights, and I bought Judy's Cleaners in 1984. I thought I'd just be in it for a couple of years and get out, because who would want to be a dry cleaner their whole life, right? But I bought my second home in 1989. I raised 3 daughters, and I bought some commercial property in Citrus Heights and moved the company and all the facilities to Citrus Heights. And I did it for a reason. I've had great experience working with everybody in Citrus Heights, and I've seen a transformation of this city that most people didn't get to see because I was here from so long ago. Been in business over 40 years now. And after that commercial property that we bought in Citrus Heights at Auburn and Greenback roughly, I had great support from everybody in the city, the building department, even the Citrus Heights Police. I can't say enough about them. God bless the Citrus Heights Police. They have done such a great job in protecting and improving our city. Then COVID happened, and I had to survive COVID. I'm not sure if many people know, but 40% of dry cleaners went out of business in the country. But to keep that from happening to this old company, I turned to what we call restoration. And restoration is basically insurance work for fire and water damage homes. And we work directly with insurance companies. And it was certainly related to our expertise, but it does require storage. And so I bought my building from Ethan Conrad back in 2017, and so he was, I was on his list, and he said, "Hey, I've got some storage property," and I thought, "Oh, there's no way, not at Sunrise Mall." And I went and took a look, and I don't know can we show that picture of the existing look of this downstairs building, the downstairs Sears building. I'm not sure most people know it, but that's not what it looks like. That's what it's going to look like. This is what it looks like. It's just a ramp, and it drops down about 20 feet. You can't tell from that photo, but it drops down about 20-something feet. There's tall walls. I just cannot think. I've mentioned it to several people here in the city. What other use can you imagine for this property besides tearing it down? And I agree, that's really the only thing, is to tear it down. But it's such a big hole. You know, this is below ground. It's about 15 feet high when you walk into those roll-up doors. And it's almost 2 football fields, 82,000 square feet. It's cavernous. I am positive we do not have enough dirt in Citrus Heights to fill that in. We're going to have to go get dirt from Rancho Cordova and get some of their rocks, and we're going to have to fill that in. And we're going to have to get someone to pay to do it. And I'm just here to make a pitch for moving this plan forward so that we can at least, and I have a thought, let's at least agree that storage, while it's not a big tax generator, I do have 58 employees. And by me putting the restoration division here, I don't have to move half of them out of the city. because there are no industrial spaces. I'd love to stay in this city. And Portia's been to my operation, and thank you for doing that, by the way, and coming and taking a look at what we do. And it's great to see new faces on the city council, and I just hope that you can see the wisdom in somehow preserving that space and allowing me to use it and buy it from Ethan Conrad. He's offered me a really nice deal. The bank has agreed it's a nice deal. We will put employees there. We will have activity. We will improve it. If you could show my next slide, I'd sure appreciate it. This is an artist rendition, so the artists always go overboard on what could be done. But we would definitely clean it up, and it would be a place that people would be proud to work, and we would be doing restoration work and obviously bringing the storage here after it gets processed at our facility on Auburn and Greenback. And so that's my presentation. I sure appreciate the time. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Let's not get dirt from Rancho Cordova. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Natalia Boyka, and I'm with the Sunrise Montessori. We are excited to be opening in the next several months inside the Sunrise Tomorrow specific plan. We are looking forward to the surrounding evolve into uses that will support the community and job growth and great shopping. Our family lives in Fair Oaks and frequently uses services in Citrus Heights, and I believe that the plan proposed by Ethan will help revitalize this area that has had a large vacancy with a little desire for anyone else to redevelop. We accept up to 150 children to attend our center, which will be a great resource for the businesses planning for a location at Sunrise Tomorrow as well. Without new businesses and activity here, we worry that it will become a target for a crime and be detrimental for our businesses. And also, I'm the mother of 4 kids. I have in-home daycare. And for the 15 years, I had a wait list for more than 30, 50, 100 kids in my in-home daycare. So right now, in Sunrise Montessori, we already have more than 100 kids from Citrus Heights area who really need daycare, which will provide bilingual opportunity for the low-income kids to raise in this center and to become the best students with the first and second and third and other grades. This is immigrants who needs help. And our kids love In-N-Out, and they're really excited about In-N-Out. And personally, why they want to open here? Because for us, if our kids ask about In-N-Out, they ask, Mom, let's drive. And it's like 20, 25, 30 minutes to drive. It will be in Citrus Heights, it will be 7 minutes drive. And Home Depot for our parents is important as well. So we are excited to be open for the several months, and we already have more than 100 kids in wait list. And thank you so much what you are doing for us. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer, with regard to In-N-Out and the questions on the freeway proximity, the one in Elk Grove that's on Elk Grove Boulevard is further than a mile from the freeway. Also, I'm in escrow. I'm doing another deal with In-N-Out in Merced at the mall there, Marketplace in Merced, which is the former mall there. And that one, don't quote me on the exact mileage, but it's at least, I'd say, 1.5 miles from the freeway. So they are, Home Depot is, In-N-Out is really focused on serving communities, and if they have enough rooftops where there's demand, they really don't, they want to try to prevent their customers from having to drive a long distance to go to visit one of the restaurants. In conclusion, the goal of our specific plan, again, is to make the Sunrise Mall property economically viable, so that it's successful, so it's a benefit for the community. Based on the facts and information that we provide tonight, as well as the information and facts we provided over the last few months, we certainly hope and trust that you'll approve our specific plan amendment so that the redevelopment of Sunrise tomorrow will be successful as well as expedient, which will be of huge benefit to the city of Citrus Heights. If our reasonable modifications to the specific plan are not approved, my big concern, I think all of our big concern, is the decline of Sunrise Mall, which is already happening, but it will happen more. It's unfortunate, but vacant properties become magnets for crime and vandalism and burglary, et cetera. And none of us wants that. All of us want to have this property be successful and have it happen soon so that the property doesn't decline. And that's our goal. So in conclusion, thank you for your assistance on this, and I do appreciate all the care and thought that the city of Citrus Heights has put into the redevelopment of Sunrise Mall, and it shows. I mean, I wish most communities were so caring about the primary commercial properties in their regions. So that's certainly good, and I think we just need to look at it as all having the same goal and working together to modify the plans so that the property is successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Does anyone have questions for any of the applicant? Do you have a question? Go for it.
Yes, Mayor.
Come back to she has some questions.
I'll start with you, Mr. Conrad.
Sorry.
Firstly, are there any projects that you've been a part of that have had a great deal of demolition and new construction, or have they mostly been just kind of updating the existing building?
So we're really a redeveloper. So we focus on buying properties and then targeting the highest and best uses, and then doing oftentimes significant redevelopment. So in my office, we have pictures of properties that we've redeveloped, and some of them are barely recognizable. I mean, they might be the same floor plan, but if you look at them, a picture of before and after, people often question whether it's the same building. So for example, on the former Bruner's building, which was Highway 80 in Madison, that is now has a variety of different tenants in there. It was a low building that literally was a low squatty building you could barely see from the freeway, and now it's a building that has significantly higher. Well, it looks like a modern building, and that's to answer your question. That's, I would say, not so much demolition and new construction, but more significant refacing of properties so they look like they're new properties. And I think that's in some ways it's more challenging, but it's really, it's the right thing to do. If you can figure out a way to make a building look like a new building and have great new tenants in it, it's a win for everybody, as opposed to, we've all seen it where properties get, demoed because, transients go in there and they start, having vandalism and so forth. And then it takes a long time to financially make the sense of new construction.
Thank you. I have two more questions, if that's okay for Mr. Conrad.
Mr. Conrad?
Yes.
Go right for it.
Thank you. Is this something, I think this is the largest project that you've undertaken, is that right?
So Chico Marketplace, Chico Mall, Yuba Sutter Mall in Yuba City, and Merced Mall, they're all a little smaller, but they're similarly sized.
Okay. And so that's a lead up to my question. Is this a project that you consider to be a legacy project for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I'm a pride of ownership guy. I mean, I like taking things, properties that are good properties, and making them better and putting good tenants in there, and being proud of it. I think it's enjoyable. It's fulfilling, and so I mean, I would say with a lot of the properties that we've redeveloped, we've had huge community feedback that was really, really positive. And so I mean, to me, that's a rewarding part of what we do.
Okay, thank you, because this is obviously a legacy project for the city.
Yes.
And for our community. So whereas you've done many projects, this is like the project for us.
Well, so let me answer your question further. With the properties that I redevelop, generally speaking, we hold them. I don't have any plans for, spinning it off and selling it or something like that. I would plan to make it a better property along the lines of what I've described, an infinitely better property that has great tenants in there that are a benefit to the community and generating a lot of tax dollars, and then hold it and be proud of it and continue to make it better and maintain it well, and look for different opportunities to continue to make properties better. I mean, I think that's the fun part about, what our company does.
I'm happy to hear you say that, because my last question is, if the amendment were not passed, would you continue your escrow on the remaining property and then also be willing to connect with the myriad developers that were interested when the plan was originally passed?
So that's a good question. I'm glad you touched on that. So if the specific plan amendment was not approved, I would not buy the 50 acres to the north, because it's, in my eyes, in my opinion, that's what's crucial to make the property be successful, is to have that specific plan amendment passed. I can almost guarantee it's not going to be successful. I can almost guarantee that we're going to have a vacant property there that belongs to Namdar that doesn't care like I do. I mean, they're an out-of-town owner. They just don't care. And I do care. I mean, I've lived here, well, most of my adult life, and I don't have any plans for moving. And I want to make things successful and make it better. And there's challenges in life, and I like challenges, and I like having a good outcome of the challenge.
Thank you. Respectfully, sir, I asked that question because the point's been made tonight that there hasn't been any interest from developers since the plan was created, but that's just not true. There were multiple developers interested at the beginning, but it was a lack of commitment from the ownership. So if you were to become the new owner, then, potentially those conversations could be reignited. But that is all I have for you. I would actually like to ask a question to Home Depot, if that were okay.
Yeah,
I have a question for Mr. Conrad.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Portia.
Mr. Conrad, thank you so much for, the time you took to go out and talk to the community. That is pivotal in what we do in Citrus Heights, right? We want to make sure we have community input and buy-in. My question for you is, as you stated, you have 36 years of commercial development, redevelopment experience. So why buy them all, knowing that there was already a plan in place when you purchased the Sears property? Why do that, knowing that there was already a vision, a community-driven vision in place?
That's a good question, too. So the answer to your question is that I still trust that because of the city of Citrus Heights being a pro-business community that wants to have this property be successful, that the city of Citrus Heights will approve the logical uses for the property that are economically viable so the property will be successful. So that was a trust issue. So I looked at that and said, you know what, I mean, let's put it this way. With our track record and with doing similar properties and being highly successful with it, I've never had a city or a county ever look at it and say, hey, Ethan's wrong, and we know better, and we're not gonna allow him to develop the property or redevelop the property in a successful way. I've always had, maybe not initially, but they came around and went, hey, you know what? We do need to make these modifications, and they approved it. So I believe that Citrus Heights will hopefully do the same, because it's in the best interest of all parties, especially the people, you council members and so forth. So that's, I guess, and looking at it and saying it's going to be a win-win, but we need to adapt with the times.
I appreciate that response, and respectfully, Mr. Conrad, we put a lot of thought into this and a lot of community outreach, and it's one of the things where you're saying, you keep referencing these are minor changes. What you're asking for, we would have to change not only our specific plan, but our general plan, which impacts many other facets of regional funding dollars. It's almost a complete overhaul. Like, I am a 5'8" woman, I wear a size 10 shoe. If I go to the Goodwill and I see a size 8, Jimmy Choo or Louboutin, I'm not gonna try and fit my foot in that shoe, right? It doesn't make sense with the plan and with what you've presented with us. It's when I go through and I make comparisons, out of the 5 or 6 things that are there, only 2 of them are actually allowed uses. And with the lack of green space, the lack of housing, things that, you and I have had meetings and we've talked about, these are important because we have so many other aspects, not just our community that's built on this, but also other aspects for potential growth. For you, this is another property in your portfolio, and yes, I get it, it's a legacy thing, it's a challenge. For us, this is a once-in-a-generational opportunity for us. The development of this mall, I don't know if my grandchildren will be able to see the full potential of it. And we have to be good stewards of that. So I'm hoping that somewhere along this line, we can find a way to get more in alignment.
Well, yeah, I agree. Well, certainly that's why, we updated the specific plan amendment based on the community outreach, right? So I would just say, we all want to have it be successful, right? And I would look to people who maybe, such as myself, who this is all I've done my entire life, right? And so, generally speaking, somebody who's willing to risk their own money, namely me, is maybe a little more knowledgeable than a consultant that's paid by the hour that has nothing to do with the success of a property, right? So I think that, the specific plan as it's drafted, originally it's drafted, it looks beautiful, okay? I don't think it looks bad. I don't have anything bad about it. But I know that in leasing space, properties need to be economically viable. Tenants have to want to lease that space, otherwise it'll never get built, right? And I don't control tenant demand. I can influence tenants. I can pitch properties in the best way possible. But that demand, for example, like from Home Depot, that demand from Home Depot, I think, is something that should be cherished and be thankful for, because it's the economic driver for the entire property. If Home Depot's not there, it's going to fail. It's going to fail. And I'm not saying that. I just know that. That's my whole life. That's what I know, right? I don't know anything about, lots of things, but I do know about commercial real estate and what it takes to make properties successful. So my suggestion, my polite request is to look at Home Depot and say, this is, and in and out and so forth. I look at that and say, this is a blessing that these phenomenally great retailers who are the best in the country at what they do want to be here and have wanted to be here for years. Home Depot's wanted to be here for 10 years, okay? So I look at that as a blessing and say, I'm going to run with that blessing. And when it comes to phase 2 of this development, yeah, I mean, I'll work with you guys, and I want it to look, nice and so forth. But what none of us want is to have this property fail, and it's pretty much a dead mall now, and it's going to really decline quickly with the current ownership because they just don't care. And so what I want to see is this property be successful. And yes, will we be flexible on phase 2? Yeah. And all the way through. I mean, I some flexibility. I mean, I do 700 deals a year. Okay, what does that tell you? I'm being flexible, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't reach an agreement with people. I think life is all about compromises and reaching an agreement. So I guess that's my thought and my polite request. And I would give more credence to what I'm telling you than what some consultant that's paid by the hour who has no benefit or loss as far as whether a property is successful or not.
I thank you for your comments, Mr. Conrad. That's all I have, Mayor.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. Mr. Conrad, I appreciate what you said about, giving your opinion credence. What I'd like to know is, to follow up on Councilmember Nelson's question, was the Chico Mall the largest property that you've renovated?
So it's a little bit of a complexity.
Talk about an acreage.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so let's talk about the size, or if we talk about what's a little bit complex, or the complete answer is that. So, for example, what I'm asking I own now is 25 acres. What I'm asking to buy is basically 50 acres, right? So it's 75 acres. With Sunrise Mall, of course, JCPenney owns their land, which they've offered to sell me their property, and they want to sell me their property, but I've told them I'm not interested in buying their property unless a specific plan amendment is approved. So that acreage is.
You're answering me.
I
just asked you if.
Yes.
If the Chico Mall was the largest property that you redeveloped.
From an acreage perspective, I believe yes.
Okay. How big is that?
I wanted the portion, all these.
No, the whole mall that you own, the piece that you own, which is most of the mall.
Yes.
There's a small piece that you don't own, but most of the mall is.
JCPenney is self-owned there as well.
Right.
I want to say that that's about 50 acres, 50, 60, but I can get back to you on that. I don't know the acreage off.
I would think that if I owned a piece of property, I'd know what size it is. It's actually 28.41 acres. Yes, I have it.
With JCPenney's,
I have an app
no.
right here that tells me what the size of property is. It's
are you
really a
talking about
good
my
thing
parcel?
to own. I would recommend it, but it's an app that shows you your property. Your property is 28.1 acres, and you're talking about a property your portion is 21.3 at Sunrise, at Sears Building, and then you're talking about another 50 or so acres that is owned by Namdar. So that's 75 acres. This isn't anywhere close to the size of the Chico Mall. And you're asking me to give you credibility, and you have come to me and said, well, I'm not really sure. That doesn't speak a lot to your credibility, sir.
Well, so are you talking about the acreage, or are you talking about the square footage of building? I was talking about the square footage of building. At Chico Marketplace, I own more than 28 acres, okay? I've sold portions of it, I've redeveloped portions, of it, but I can get back to you with the exact
You said
amount.
the Chico Mall.
Yes, I'm talking about Chico.
Okay.
So it's more than that. I bought 4 acres next door, I've sold portions, I bought JCPenney's excess land, et cetera. So I'm sorry if I don't know the exact acreage, because it's changed like 3 times. But I can give you the exact acreage. I believe it's more than 28 acres.
I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. How come we can't get a sit-down restaurant right on your spot, right there?
So that's a good question. I think the highest and best use.
You think, we think not. we think we want to have a sit-down restaurant somewhere. We give them a lot of business, so why
No,
can't we get one?
No, I think we're on the same page here, I think. I think the highest and best use for the existing restaurant there is probably a BJ's. To me, that I pitched it to BJ's.
BJ's?
Yes, BJ's.
Okay, put it, I vote for that.
Yeah, that's what, so I'm all about those, that existing restaurant there, is that I think is a good for a good sit-down restaurant. It's been vandalized a fair amount, but I think that's a good use for it. For the pads, the land areas, the pads in the front, like what In-N-Out Burgers and Escrown, the market demand on those is really drive-throughs. And again, I don't control this market demand. I mean, I'm happy if BJ's say wanted to buy land, I'd be happy to sell it to them. I don't have any anything about sit-down restaurants I don't like. I usually go to sit-down restaurants.
Okay. Are there any, you had some questions for somebody, not Ethan, for Home Depot?
Oh.
Pardon me, my mic wasn't on. Yes, I'd like to ask Home Depot questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Want to buy a hammer?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you want to buy a hammer?
Not in the market for a hammer, sir. It's Dan, right?
Dan, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
A few questions. So In-N-Out mentioned they would bring 80 jobs. Do you have an idea of how many jobs Home Depot could bring?
I don't know that off the top of my head. It's over 100, though.
Over 100?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think there's multiple shifts. I don't know off the top of my head.
And they need a BJ's to eat at.
Yeah.
There are some safety concerns in Home Depot parking lots. It's kind of an unspoken thing that we all know about, that there are workers standing around looking for day labor. I also heard something about Home Depot being open to people camping on their property overnight. Can you speak to either of those concerns?
Home Depot does not support either of those. So we, as a private owner of private property, we will support any police efforts to remove people from the private property. Once they're off the private property, we're outside of our control. So a lot of times you'll see the day laborers outside of the Home Depot property, but we cannot control that. But we will fully support any David laborers removal, would work directly with the police department to remove any of that.
Thank you. And then additionally, are Home Depots often backed up to neighborhoods?
It happens. I have multiple projects that we are currently underway with where we're adjacent to neighbors. There's ways to mitigate noise and whatnot, and we go through the process. He mentioned the CEQA had to be reviewed. Those are all elements that'll get done after the use is approved. You get the use approved, and then you look into the site plan, look into setbacks, look into noise control. Those will all be done through the process of getting our approvals.
Thank you. And then additionally, are Home Depots often in entertainment areas or adjacent to bowling alleys and the like?
It happens. So we're in part of shopping centers all across the United States, and we share space and share parking lots, and so we have projects that are concurrently with entertainment uses, and as I said, mixed use.
Are you able to speak at all to the customer behavior? It was suggested that Home Depot customers would potentially shop at Home Depot and then go over to a bowling alley or see a movie or something like that. I can't personally conceive of leaving my valuable home improvement items in my car while I go, to an
I do know I sometimes drop the wife off somewhere and I go to Home Depot, but I cannot speak to that customers would do both in the same day.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That is all I have for you. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Do you have any more questions for anyone else? Okay. Any more questions? Otherwise, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Is that good, Mr. Feeney? Is that good? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and start with public comment. Good evening. We're going to resume our session, please. Thank you. Okay, so what next is our public speaking. Remember that you have 3 minutes. Amy will flash the lights when your 3 minutes is up. You wrap it up if you haven't wrapped it up yet. And what we're going to do is have one speaker and then the second speaker stand behind that speaker so they're ready to go, so we don't waste time getting people out of their chairs and up to the podium. So I'm going to call 2 people at a time, and the second guy just gets behind the first guy ready to go. And if you'd help us out that way, because we have a lot of speakers. If you don't want to come to the podium, I will tell you again that you can put on the back of the sheet, put your name on the front, on the back of the sheet, write your comment, print it so Amy can read it, and Amy will read your comment. And so you don't have to, some people don't like to go to the podium. They tend to kind of shy or whatever. So if you want to make your comment, you can still give it to Amy. Okay. So with that, we're going to start, and I'm going to start with James Corliss. And behind him is going to be my favorite ex-council member, Jeff Slowey.
Mayor Kropitsky-Costa, Council members, James Corliss, Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, or SACOG, as Councilmember Schaefer was saying earlier. I want to applaud you for your vision in Sunrise Tomorrow. And I want to applaud your staff. I want to applaud your staff, Director Kempenaar, for giving you a great presentation about that vision and why it's so important. He mentioned a couple of very important things about how the region and the state is really invested in this project. As you know, we've had a Green Means Go program, which is really to revitalize a lot of our aging commercial corridors and commercial centers all across the region. There are not 1 but 2 grants that have come directly from SACOG into Sunrise Tomorrow as a plan to support you. Your staff has written great, fantastic applications for that, but we've also written into you to a federal grant, a federal U.S. Department of Transportation grant for Sunrise Tomorrow, and we were successful in prevailing on that grant. So I know also you've been to Denver and you've seen the lessons learned in Denver, the Belmar, the redevelopment of the old Lakewood Mall. This takes persistence, and it takes vision, and it takes stick-to-itiveness, which is a word. And I just want to, again, I want to make sure you understand that this is the centerpiece. When we go to the state of California and talk about the new vision for our region, we have Sunrise Tomorrow and your vision right on the front and the center of that argument. And so please stick to your vision, and thank you again for your leadership.
Honorable Jeff Slowey.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow council members up there. As you know, I sat in your spot for 17 years. Myself, Jeannie Bruins, and Portia were in the beginning of this program to get the Sunrise Tomorrow vision moving forward. I want to make it very clear that I'm not here to condemn any of the proposed businesses. I was at Home Depot yesterday buying some stuff. I take my grandkids to in and out. I think Montessori School would be great there, and Judy's Cleaners is a great, contributor to the city. Ben Coombs is a great guy. I think there's a way to modify the plan a little bit to include that spot underneath. You have to camouflage with the drive-through, et cetera. But my 2 biggest beefs with the plan, one, and Ethan Conrad, and I don't know him. I'm not here to say anything bad about him. But, in phase 2, 3 acres of housing, the whole vision is about housing and green space, et cetera. I don't think a pallet of rolled sod in the Home Depot parking lot is my vision of green space in this area. And again, I'm not knocking Home Depot, but they require a lot of parking. So where you're going to put them, you've taken a whole chunk of that area and make it, non-walkable, if you will. Fast food, I'm not opposed to it. I think that's later in the plan. You don't start off putting the drive-throughs in there. I mean, we heard it clearly from the folks on the original vision plan, and the amendment wants 6 where we initially said 0. So, as Mr. Corliss said, it's a vision. this is something you guys really have to think about moving forward. I would say of the three options that Casey put up there, hold the line. You can modify it to a point, because again, I think, the cleaners down below, you can do lots of stuff up top, right? There's a lot of demo you'd have to do to fill that hole in. Fast food drive-throughs, I would say, don't start that way. There's a place for them maybe down the road. But I'm looking for the housing, and I see, possibly 3 acres. But that might come as another amendment down the road to even shrink that. So I would just say you've got tired retail. What Mr. Conrad is proposing is additional retail, nothing new, if you will. And I think you need to hold the vision and just keeping this moving forward. If it doesn't get built right away, we knew it was a 10, 15-year plan, and there are people interested. So keep the faith and hold the vision.
Next is Honorable Jeannie Bruins, followed by Sherry Merrick. I'm giving Jeannie a minute to get to the podium.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Karpinski-Costa and Vice Mayor Lopez Taft, and on council members. It's really nice to be here tonight. So I am a 40-year resident of Citrus Heights, and I spent 20 years on the Citrus Heights City Council, as you all know, but for the benefit of others who don't know me. And my last year as mayor was in 2019. And that was the year that we had tried desperately to get the property owners of Sunrise Mall to come out and talk to us. They wouldn't come, so we got on an airplane, and then City Manager Chris Boyd, newly hired Economic Development Director Megan Huber, and I went to Long Island, New York to meet with them face to face. And the plan that they laid out for us is almost a replica of what the original plan with Ethan Allen looked like. So I was horrified when I saw that, because we had worked so hard to have something visionary that would last for generations to serve Citrus Heights. As you know, we had this large community meeting in 2020, where we expected maybe 50 people, hoped for 100, and over 300 people came out and spent the entire night just giving us feedback upon feedback upon feedback of what they wanted to see happen. And from that, our Sunrise Tomorrow plan evolved. I won't go into all the reasons that I don't support the amendment. I, like Jeff, would like to see an accommodation for Judy's Cleaners, because Ben Coombs has proven himself in our community. But what I'd like to just close with is a comment on what we were hearing in the 80s and the early 90s, and that is that if we became a city, we would fail, or that we would fail at the effort to do it. And not only did we not fail, but we succeeded by a vote of over 60%. And then when we became a city and we were on contract with the Sheriff's Department for law enforcement, we were told that if we formed our own police department, we would fail. I had a conversation with then under sheriff at that time who said, we're just waiting in the wings for you to fail and ask us for help. We did not fail. We have one of the premier police departments in the state of California. And now I'm being told that if we deny this plan, that the mall will fail, that we as a city will fail. And I take exception with that. I don't believe we will fail. I believe time will need to be taken to put a good plan in place, as we knew it would roll out over a period of time. And I just ask the council to keep the faith, to keep the vision, make modest alterations to the plan as it suits the city and as it benefits the city, not as it benefits the landowner. Thank you.
Hi, Sherry. Following Sherry is Bill Van Duker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff. Thank you for allowing me to make some comments. My name is Sherry Merrick, and I am the Executive Director of the Citrus Heights Chamber of Commerce. And as a Chamber Executive, it is my mission to be the voice for business. However, it's also my mission to foster community. And when I first came on board with the Citrus Heights Chamber and was presented with the Sunrise Tomorrow plan, I thought, wow, how amazingly lucky is this community to have a city that not only worked hard to get citizen input, but also forked over the dime to come up with this vision. And I know that strong communities support business. They are the best thing for a business community, is a strong community. I saw Palladio on the timeline, and I'm so glad that that was there because at my time with Folsom, I had the honor of meeting Mr. Harry Elliott and got to hear his story of how he started up the Palladio and then the recession hit. And he could have just scrapped it, but he believed in that community so much that he doubled down and said, no, I believe in this vision, and I'm going to go all in. And look at Palladio now. It's thriving. And so I feel like that is what we need. During the pandemic, I was heard from a lot of economists stating that, sit-down restaurants were not the future, that we needed a lot of quick serve and fast food drive-through restaurants because if we had another pandemic, that was the only thing that was going to survive. And that may be true in other parts of our country. However, in the state of California, when the minimum wage went up to $20 an hour, between April of 2024 and August of 2024, we had over 1,000 fast food restaurants close in the state of California. And so I would just ask that you keep that in mind when you're making your decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sherry. And Sherry, thank you for the story about the Palladio. That was neat. So Mr. Van Duker, followed by Tom Sheeler.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Bill Van Duker, and I believe that the City of Citrus Heights is facing one of its most crucial issues since becoming a city on January 1st, 1997. As chair of the Citrus Heights Incorporation Project for 6 of the 12 years it took to get incorporation on the ballot, and as co-chair with Jeannie Bruins on the Yes on Measure Our Cityhood initiative, I am deeply dismayed at the proposed changes in the Sunrise Tomorrow plan. 6 drive-through restaurants, a self-storage facility, a Home Depot, etc., while proposing no improvements to the core, is not the highest and best use of the site. I hear people asking, why doesn't the city do something about Sunrise Mall? Well, we've been working on that, and the city doesn't own the mall. What the city has done is create a visionary plan based on wide community input and has removed roadblocks to innovative development. I did not hear the applicant say anything about participating in the aging infrastructure improvements that need to be made. When I personally sued the county of Sacramento on December 23rd, 1987, to force the county to follow state law and set an election date for the cityhood vote, I had no idea it would be another 9 years before Citrus Heights could vote on its future. The court battles, for those that don't know, went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. Patience and perseverance and determination and stick-to-itiveness have paid off in the past. We need to be confident that our city leadership will continue their efforts to fulfill the vision of Sunrise Mall. People talk about having skin in the game. There's a lot of us here that have heart in the game, and I would urge option 2 that Casey presented tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Tom Sheeler, followed by David Shelton.
Tom Sheeler, 42-year resident of Citrus Heights. I'm here tonight on my own behalf. I am on the Planning Commission, and so I want to emphasize that point, that my comments are purely my own. And they were very brief because of that, frankly. I think we all have to recognize what Mr. Conrad says is true. The market doesn't lie. and it will give you what it will give you in terms of what will be successful. The second comment would be, I think you need to recognize what is the definition of success. And in this particular case, I think the mission statement for the Sunrise Tomorrow Plan defines what success is. Thank you.
My name is David B. Shelton, and there are three main companies in California: Target, Walmart, and Home Depot. They're the three largest. I went on the Home Depot website to see if they were talking about anything in Citrus Heights. They're not. They're building one in the Bay Area. The second thing is I look at driving through Arden Arcade and Carmichael and Fair Oaks. The developer's name is on a lot of buildings, and they're vacant buildings. So he knows how to do the real estate. I was involved in 1968. I worked for Factory Mutual, an insurance company, when the mall was built. That was the first time there were three Sears, Penny's, and Macy's. We'd never had three shopping stores in one location. That set kind of the idea for the future. And that, I think, is what we're doing now. We're setting the idea for the future. We talked about freeway on-ramp and off-ramps. Greenback and Sunrise is the second busiest intersection in Northern California. Greenback is a freeway. If you don't go 60 miles an hour down Greenback, they're banging into your bumper. So I don't think we should modify our plan. I'm not in favor of what he's suggesting, but I do think that he's thinking. And phase one was only 25%, phase two is 50 acres. So if he can keep working with us, when we come to the phase two, at that point, we'll be able to incorporate some of what he says so he can be part of this, because we are doing something that's going to go forward in 2035 or 2040. People are going to look back on Citrus Heights and they're going to say, that city really had it, and we've proved it. And that's why I love Citrus Heights, and I talk to you all the time about Citrus Heights, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, David. The next speaker is Kaman Tajin, followed by Elaine Forsberg.
Hi, this is my daughter, Jasmine. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Cameron Tajarin, and my family and I...
I'm sorry I pronounced
No
your...
worries. And my family and I are residents of Citrus Heights and have lived in our home behind the Sunrise Mall on Sawgrass Circle since November of 2003. We're supporters of our community and city, and we love living here. Throughout the many months, we actively participated with our community and the city on the Sunrise Tomorrow planning by attending the multiple meetings in which the city held, including the stakeholder meeting for our direct neighborhood, in which the city was kind enough to hear all of our concerns and feedback, including my wife having to come with the baby strapped to her back. But we have reviewed the proposed amendment that Ethan Conrad has submitted to change the Sunrise Tomorrow plan, and we have a number of concerns. Tonight, we're able to listen to many of the common concerns from our residents, and so I do not want to repeat those. Instead, because we're the closest neighbors to the mall, I'd like to focus on one key area, and it's a significant impact to the quality of life, and that is noise. I know one time or another, pretty much everyone has had a situation in which they were subjected to a constant amount of loud noise, and that noise will drastically impact the quality of your life. The amendment proposes building a Home Depot center in the back corner of the lot nearest most of the residential area, which will greatly increase commercial and non-commercial traffic, noise, and pollution. Macy Plaza Drive is just feet from our backyard fences and bedrooms, and this type of traffic would greatly increase noise and pollution directly to our homes and community. The proposal removes all original plans for green spaces and the green belt that pushed out the traffic 50 feet from our back walls, which would have helped with the noise and pollution. The amendment plan also proposes multiple drive-through restaurants, which will also greatly increase the traffic on Macy Plaza Drive, as many vehicles will attempt to cut across the mall from Fair Oaks Boulevard. Without the green belt, green spaces, the sound wall, and the change to Macy Plaza Drive, as was done in the city's plan, the noise and pollution is exponentially increased. Then with the increased heavy traffic from Home Depot and fast food restaurants comes the safety concerns on these existing roads for increased accidents, safety concerns for children and families walking in the area, and an overall risk to the community. The park that was designated in Area 9 of the diagram that I give you on your sheet, and which Director Kempenaar also shared, would no longer exist, which would reduce the neighborliness and promise of bringing our families and community together. Looking at the side-by-side of the two proposals, you can see the significant differences, and none of the changes that were included from the original Sunrise Tomorrow plan are in the proposed amendment. No green spaces or sound wall helping with noise, no walkable areas, or even existing street or road updates to help with the traffic. In regards to the traffic, just the large trucks that drive across Macy Plaza Drive today, every time they cross over the speed bumps that are there, they shake our entire house and the noise sounds like thunder. Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our residents and hear our concerns. We really hope you can take them into consideration when determining the future of the only piece of land left in the city to accomplish the vision of how great our city can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Forsberg, followed by Tony Wood. Hi,
Good
Elaine.
evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Elaine Forsberg. My husband Jay and I lived on Sawgrass Circle for 28 years. We chose to buy our home with Sunrise Mall as our neighbor and have many happy memories. We were very excited to be part of the thoughtful design of the Sunrise Tomorrow specific plan. So between the general plan and the STSP, we had so much more to look forward to in our backyards and for our city. The big idea of removing the parking lots directly behind our homes and creating the Southeast Community Park was a dream come true for this area where there are no parks in Citrus Heights. The idea of townhomes near existing homes and apartments was also something to look forward to. The park, homes, and sound walls and changes to the existing road would be a buffer between us and the very exciting town center concept. Leaving the existing Macy Plaza Drive 9 feet from our fences that are 18 feet from our back doors and windows and putting a Home Depot on the other side makes no sense. Where will the drain water go? There is a very small drain directly behind our home in the street that we have personally had to clear to avoid flooding. Ethan Conrad has no drain water plan in his Phase 1. That small road has become an overused shortcut between Fair Oaks Boulevard and Sunrise Boulevard. Cars speed through the apartment complex where children play on small sections of grass adjacent to the road. A child following a lost ball into the street would be devastating. By the time those speeding cars reach the speed bumps and stop signs behind our homes, they are airborne and driving over and through them. For years, there were no trucks, but recently the 18-wheel trucks literally shake the crystal in our cabinets where the wheels go over the speed bumps. The car and truck exhaust and air pollution that has been increasing in our area will be nothing compared to what a Home Depot and an In-N-Out Burger will create in this small, already congested area of the Sunrise Marketplace. The harmful pollutants already make it impossible to open our back doors and windows. Ethan Conrad's requested amendment to the STSP eliminates 30 to 40% of open space and all green space. There will be no green oasis, no place to safely walk, no destination to meet, gather, eat, or shop. Just a big box store with all the pollution, air, and noise 7 days a week, 6 a.m. until 10 p.m. There will be no peace. In the remaining 8 hours, there will be endless deliveries and landscapers using blowers to clean the massive parking lots. The early morning hours will bring dozens of workers standing along Macy Plaza Drive hoping to be picked up for a day's work. It will change all of our lives on Sawgrass Circle. Please do not alter the city's plan. Please think of our future. Ethan Conrad knew there was a plan in place, and he chose to buy the property anyway. He is a landlord, not a developer. We need to be patient and continue the course. Citrus Heights has an amazing staff that has our future in their sights. Please make that our reality. Thank you for your time and consideration.
That's called perfect timing.
What's that?
That was perfect timing.
Oh.
Okay, so Tony Wood, followed by John Bain.
So my name's Tony Wood. I'm with the XP Commercial Real Estate. I represent the owners of the Sunrise Rollerland, which we all know is a beloved property here in town, and it's a privilege to be representing the family on the sale of that property. After we get through the typical questions you have with interested buyers, of course, the biggest question, and I'm talking to people, you'd be surprised how big the skating community is throughout the nation and how many know about Sunrise Rollerland. I'm talking to people in Vermont and Colorado, and it's exciting. But, of course, what's going to happen with Sunrise Mall is the question. And I've been in commercial real estate for over 30 years. The truth is over 40, but anyway. Do not dismiss what you have here. Take my word for it. Compromise, figure it out. I appreciate everyone's concerns, but a vision is one thing, reality is another, and the marketplace, as Mr. Conrad said, commands what it commands. It's not a choice by a visionary, beautiful plan that you've created, no doubt. I could take exception to a number of things that were called out. Mr. Conrad couldn't remember the size of one of the thousands of properties that he has redeveloped. I've personally seen him take dark, sad, ridden places and made a location that people go to, communities embrace and are appreciative of. Developers are never liked, okay? They're not the most popular group because they are always seen as greed motivated. But this gentleman has brought you national credit tenants that people dream about, that cities dream about having. Average sales of one Home Depot, $70 million per year. That's $700,000 to this city. That's a fiduciary consideration. Figure it out, but don't turn your back. This is a gift right here. And make it work for the community and address the many legitimate concerns of the citizens, but this is for the citizens, and this is lighting a match to a fuse that will permit that dream that you've so beautifully created come to reality. But it may have to, you know, our Constitution of the United States has, I think, 27 amendments to it, okay? Even though it was perfect as written, compromise is sometimes the answer. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Next is John Bain, will be followed by Janice Jaycox. Janice Jaycox after.
Thank you. John Bain. I live in one of the houses on the edge of the Sunrise Mall southern parking lot. So as Ethan says, yes, we have a dead mall. And although hopefully the Sunrise Tomorrow plan will be realized, it may be a little idealistic, but something to definitely go for. A Home Depot may be a sad option in the wrong direction. We already have 4 or more national hardware chain stores in spitting distance of the mall already. So on the south side, we have Ace Hardware. Across the street where Circuit City used to be, across the street on Greenback, we have Contractors Warehouse, huge place. Down Madison, we already have a Home Depot. And across the street from Sunrise Mall, guess what we also have? A giant Lowe's. So who's foolish? I actually wrote this down. What in the world is our Home Depot's genius's marketing strategy to dump another Home Depot across the street from Lowe's in the middle of of these 4 chain box hardware stores, and the questionable location on the mall's extreme southeast parking lot against the backyards and bedrooms of the homes up against Macy Plaza Drive and the front doors of the apartments on the east side of the parking lot. You're literally dumping a Home Depot in the laps of adjacent residential neighbors. It's so far back from the actual mall that it may not even be viewable from Greenback or Sunrise, hidden from public view. It sounds insane. Even if this monstrosity was built from the ground up, it's too bad it could not be located where the empty Sears or Macy's actually are, instead of far behind the mall, right up against the houses. So those of us who enjoy our houses on the far southeast corner of the mall parking lot think it's beyond moronic to place a Home Depot against our backyards, front yards, and bedrooms, Mr. Conrad, with 4 other national chain hardware stores right here already. I hope our city council sees clearly that a Home Depot at that location is silly and deviates from their Sunrise Tomorrow vision plan. I think you have, it's like trying to sell ice cubes to Eskimos. It's commendable what you're trying to do, invest in the Sunrise Mall, but it's also admirable that the city council seems to be a bit hesitant that a Home Depot deviates so much from the Sunrise Tomorrow plan. So I appreciate your wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And after Janice is Ross Talbert.
I think this is low enough, I'm short. I'm Janice J. Cox. I'm a 40-year resident of Citrus Heights. And I know you have a hard decision ahead. This is no decision tonight. This is just discussion items to give you, so you guys can give direction to the staff. And I'm practical, and we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think in the long run, there will need to be some compromises on the Sunrise Tomorrow plan. Some of that is pie in the sky. It would be wonderful, but not all of it. And I have nothing against In-N-Out Burger. I love In-N-Out Burger. I know of 5 that are not next to a freeway, by the way. That's not, I don't know why that was an issue, but I wouldn't mind 1 or 2 drive-throughs on that huge property, but not first. Let some things grow organically, and then you can fit in an In-N-Out or another restaurant that has drive-through. And I have nothing against Home Depot. I have remodeled 2 duplexes, so that's 4 units. So you know I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars at Home Depot. I don't think that's a good location for a Home Depot at all. I do know they kind of like to co-locate near Lowe's. I think there's a symbiosis that they kind of feed off each other. So I think there may be a reason they went there. But it's too close to housing. It's too close to what we hope is a great amenity. It's going to be a parking lot and day laborers. And I have been in Home Depot at 11 o'clock at night. So I'm not against shopping at Home Depot. That's just not the place for it. I don't really think I have anything else to say because it's all been said. I'm not against changing some aspects of the plan. But to start with a big box home improvement store and a drive-through. By the way, I think the reusing of the Sears basement is brilliant. If you can find a way to work that in, because that's useless space. And if they have a good use for it, all the better for them. But just not a Home Depot first. Maybe we can find another property somewhere in Citrus Heights for a Home Depot. Thank you.
So next is Ross Talbert, followed by, hang on, glasses. And hang on 1 minute. Followed by Tyler Thompson. After him. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak. My name is Ross Talbert. I work with Ethan Conrad Properties. I will let you know I'm a lifetime resident of Sacramento, so that means I've been here 57 years. I've shopped at the Sunrise Mall. I've spent hours at the Sunrise Mall as a youth, and I've spent a ton of money, time in the Citrus Heights community. I lived in Citrus Heights for a period of time. 8 years ago, I joined Ethan Conrad, and I've been in the commercial real estate business as a property manager for many years before that. Traveled all over the country, worked with many cities on developments, work with developers on how they were to build projects. And the only reason I came to Ethan Conrad and started working for Ethan was I saw what he did to the communities when he bought property. And I'll share with you, we bought Chico Mall. Chico was a rundown mall. It had a vacant former Sears box. It had a vacant Forever 21 that was failing. It had, the sales were, tanking, meaning they were very low. And Ethan, with his vision, bought that mall. We turned it around. That mall have received many commendations from the Chico City Council, the Chico Mayor, the people in Chico. I have a general manager who used to live in Sacramento. She moved to Chico, and she's the manager of the mall. She loves the area and what we have done to that community. If you look at what happens when we do Easter eggs, so we have Easter and bring in eggs. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of people who come to events at the mall every single year. We have giveaways where we do brides, where we, not brides, but we bring in for the youth as far as their prom, thank you. And we bring that into the community where we give away hundreds of dresses to students who don't have money to buy. They come in and they basically shop at the mall in a location that we've created. Many other different things that we've brought to the community. And I just want to say I am proud to be working with Ethan Conrad Properties. We have taken properties that were dead, were dying, that were poorly managed, that were run down, and we've turned them around. And today, I get community leaders calling me from the city of Rancho, from other cities saying, Ross, can Ethan buy this property? Because they want him to do the same exact thing for that property that he's done for every other one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There you are, and followed by Mike Patton.
Good evening. My name is Talia Thompson. I am here with a number of my neighbors to oppose changing the original plans to the Sunrise Mall. My husband and I have lived here for 21 years, and over those 21 years, we have seen the city grow and blossom. The city council has worked tirelessly to develop, to bring in various businesses, to have events and activities, and to beautify our city. And we have developed the sense of pride for living here. We commend you, and we thank you for the work that you have done. We see the original plan that Casey brought forth. That original plan rejuvenates Citrus Heights. It brings prosperity and opportunities, and that is what we need. Home Depot, In-N-Out Burger do not bring that, and they don't make sense. Why have a Home Depot directly across the street from Lowe's? We have seen the traffic from In-N-Out Burger. We have In-N-Out Burger on Madison. Why would we need one on Sunrise? It makes no sense. We ask the council to never settle for anything less than the best for Citrus Heights. If Mr. Conrad's best is Home Depot and In-N-Out Burger, then we wait. We wait for a developer who has vision, commitment, and determination that is greater than our own. We continue to build and grow Citrus Heights as we have been doing until we get that developer with that vision. Our ask is that you don't stray from your commitment to excellence for Citrus Heights. Thank you.
Okay, we have Mike, followed by Jane Ricketts.
Hi, my name is Mike Patton. First of all, thank you very much for what you do for our city. I really appreciate all of you guys. You're great. I'm a public school teacher. I teach in Rockland. My wife is a physician assistant at Sutter Roseville in the emergency room. We bought our house in Greenback Woods in 2003, and been there forever. My story for you guys is, before that, I grew up in the Bay Area, and I grew up in Santa Clara near San Jose. There used to be a mall there called Valley Fair, and it was the place you'd go to get, your pictures of Santa Claus, all that stuff. It had Woolworths, whatever. Its time came. They demolished it. They put in a place called Santana Row. And it's residential, it's retail, it's restaurants. It became a hub. It is still an amazing place. I heard you went to Colorado, things like that. And hearing that you say you want to have a legacy, that I loved hearing that. That is a great thing to hear. So I really think that Citrus Heights needs to have something like that. We need to have a focal place for everybody to come to and to be a part of our city. Instead of being myopic, going for the cash grab, being mediocre. We don't want to have our city be a drive-through city, right? We want to have a focal place, you know. So I am encouraging you to please keep up with the vision, the plan, stick with the plan, right? It sounds awesome, and I just want us, you know, I don't know if I'm going to be around for it, but 30, 40 years from now, let's make this city the place people want to come to. We get in our car and drive up to Galleria to go to restaurants and stuff now. I want to spend my money here. I want to come and spend it in this city, right? Not anywhere else. So I got a minute and 12 seconds. I like In-N-Out too.
You don't have to use it.
It's far enough, right? So.
Not a requirement.
There's, yeah, I want it, we want the city to be feasible. We want the city to work, right? That's what we want. So hopefully, you know, it'll work out, but that's what it is. Thank you for your time. Keep the vision. Keep going.
Next is Jane Ricketts, followed by Kathy Morris.
Hi there. My name is Janie Ricketts. I've owned property in Citrus Heights for 37 years, and I currently own multiple properties. I was part of the
Get closer to the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I was part of the original design of Sunrise Mall. I worked for Macy's, and a team opened that mall. I mean, as we all have experienced or said, it was a very exciting place to be. I've listened to a couple of the presentations that Mr. Conrad gave in our community, and perhaps it's because I'm a creative person, but I don't think he has enough information about what Citrus Heights is to bring in the right stores. What he's bringing in doesn't have 1 ounce of creativity to it, not 1 ounce. I looked at the malls that he has in Chico, Merced, wherever the other one is. They're lovely malls, but I also read articles that enclosed malls are dead. They're not popular anymore. And for us to spend money in developing that, I don't think it's a long-term solution. Let's see what other wonderful things. I love our plan. You know, I spent 25 years in Midtown, and when I first started there, there was active prostitution in my back parking lot. I owned a commercial building, and I saw a lot of developments go on there. I was on the board with the Midtown Business Association, and we made Midtown a thriving community that is still growing. We had such creative developers in town, and they took, well, the ice blocks, the old ice building. I used to go there, my dad would take me to get ice. And one of the members on the board bought that building, and he's done wonderful things on it. If you haven't been to our street, on about 14th to 16th, he owns it. And so we do have talented people in Northern California that can develop it. I sent you a letter with some pictures, and there are other ways to accomplish what we want to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Morris, followed by Albert Fox.
Hi, I am Kathy Morris. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. In the 70s, I was in business in Placerville. And when Sunrise Mall opened, we were ecstatic. It was somewhere to go and shop. We didn't have to go all the way to downtown Sacramento. However, that's been 50 years ago. Times change, and there's a lot of things that have changed between the 70s when I was living in Placerville and the past couple of decades that I live here in Citrus Heights. What we have here is a community. We really do have a community. And it is wonderful to look at how much I was involved, as most of the people in this room were, and most of the city was, in creating the Sunrise Tomorrow plan. The concept being a community-based plan. We are a community, a place where, like on the Sunrise Tomorrow, we can have shopping. I'm one of those old-fashioned people. I actually go and shop in the store, and there's a lot of places in Citrus Heights that we can shop. The idea of Sunrise Tomorrow, of having stores, retail, commercial, residential, and a place to go to maybe a concert, maybe a place to meet a friend for coffee and just wander around for a while. We really are a community. I'd like to see us stay a community. And Sunrise Tomorrow, in my opinion, is a community-based plan. We don't need to change it. Maybe someday things will change, but I know that when it happened when I was in the 70s in Placerville, and Sunrise Mall was a big thing. Those days aren't here anymore. Now we're a community, and I'd like to see the Sunrise Tomorrow community plan stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Al Fox, followed by Vanessa. I cannot pronounce your last name. Vanessa.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you. Just for very briefly, I spent 10 years on the Planning Commission, worked through Creeks and Trails, worked through doing our own police department as part of that committee, worked through building our own police department. And during that period of time, something I found out very interesting about our city, we know how to cooperate with one another. We know how to do collaboration with others and come to a good conclusion. I think that what we're seeing here, and I'm going to take the personalities out of this and put in the reality of what we're looking at. We have someone who's bringing a possibility to us. Is it the best in the market? No, it is not. I don't believe it is. I believe it's got some good points, maybe a little different arrangements here and there, but I think there are things that between the city and between the developer, we can at least get a format going that is workable and usable. I do believe quite seriously that the folks who live in and around where that Home Depot was proposed, not workable. But I do believe a Home Depot is workable, and I believe it's workable on another part of that property if it does become a reality and if Ethan Conrad is able to buy the rest of those places. I know of at least 2 of those buildings that people are interested in right now if it becomes reality. And if it doesn't, they're still going to be interested in them and into purchasing those buildings. So we have a lot to deal with and a lot to do with by our council, by our staff, and by the developers who want to look there. I would like to say, let's get the personalities out of this. Let's take about the what-ifs out of this and put it in, here's the reality of where we are. We have a plan. You make your desires work within our plan because that's what our community want, and we will work our plan to accommodate as much as possible. But we're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater here just to satisfy some builder. And we're not going to satisfy ourselves by denying a builder the opportunity to do something constructive with that mall property. So at this point, I want to see our plan stay. But I want to see us also be willing to deal with developers, take the personalities out, and let's make this thing look like a real business arrangement and see if we can do something with it. Thank you.
Hi, Vanessa. I couldn't pronounce your name. Say it.
No worries, Kaigoi.
Okay. See?
Yes.
Followed by Kathy Buxton. You're up after Vanessa.
Good evening, Mayor Karpinski-Costa, Vice Mayor Lopez-Taff, and council members. My name is Vanessa Cayegoy. I'm actually a trustee on the Sacramento County Board of Education representing Area 4, which is representing this vibrant city of Citrus Heights. My comments tonight are my own. They are not of any organization or board that I sit on. However, I do come to you as a longstanding resident of Citrus Heights. I've lived here for over 25 years. I know I look young, but I promise I've been here for 25 years plus, and I'm advocating for the thousands of students and families who call our city home. I'm here to respectfully urge you to uphold the original vision of the Sunrise Tomorrow Plan as adopted by the Council on November 10th, 2021. That plan promised a transformative, future-forward community anchored in the principles of the 21st century Main Street. This wasn't just a development plan. It was a commitment to our future, a commitment to building the kind of city all of our students deserve. Citrus Heights is the home of 12 schools in the San Juan Unified School District, which is the 9th largest district in our state. These schools serve students and families who are deeply invested in the future of this community. Our students deserve access to safe and inspiring public spaces, local job opportunities, environmental sustainability, and housing options that meet the needs of all families. The original Sunrise Tomorrow Plan does exactly that. We cannot afford to lose momentum on a project that was designed to reflect our shared values, especially when those values align so closely with the needs of our youth. Any amendments that dilute or divert from the original vision will not only impact the economic and environmental future of our city, but also send a message to our students that long-term, community-centered planning can be easily compromised. Please honor the work, the feedback, and the aspiration that went into the original Sunrise Tomorrow vision. Let's keep the promise made to our families, students, and our future. Thank you.
Kathy Buxton, followed by Jody Ash. Do we not have Kathy here? I'll put Kathy at the bottom. Maybe she went to the bathroom. Jody Ash, are you here? She left. No, she left? Robert Highland, are you here? I'm here. Hi, Robert. Hello. Followed by Lawrence Godwin.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Robert Highland. I'm a longtime resident of Citrus Heights, and I'd like to share my written comments about this redevelopment discussion. So regarding the Sunrise Mall redevelopment discussion here tonight, my family and I are not in support of the proposed Ethan Conrad Properties modified plan or Mr. Conrad's ideas of what his modifications would allow for regarding logical use. This would include proposed tenants such as another Home Depot, another Chick-fil-A, burger place, another In-N-Out Burger, and other typical properties that fall under Mr. Conrad's idea of economically viable. On the topic of the mall area's regional access and Mr. Conrad's envisioned new tenants, would you travel across the Sacramento region just to visit our Home Depot, our Chick-fil-A, our other similar stores? None of the ideas I've seen from Conrad Properties reflect what I read regarding current trends in urban development data, which suggest moving away from the car-centric suburban focus, showing a preference for walkable, mixed-use neighborhoods. Citrus Heights has been a city for about 28 years now. Before we incorporated, many thought we'd be out of business by now because we weren't economically viable. They also said having our own police department was not economically viable. Well, here we are today with a very much more beautiful and safer city than we did 28 years ago. In addition to the beautiful city we've become, we also have an award-winning, effective, and affordable police department that is the envy of our region, as well as our own city hall and beyond. We built these from the ground up. We have to do the same for Sunrise Mall redevelopment. Sunrise Mall needs to be a destination center. It is the perfect location with superb regional access. As I see it, our Sunrise Mall shopping district, and the mall specifically is the commercial crown jewel of Citrus Heights. To quote one of our city's elected representatives, "By taking bold and intentional action, the city can turn its underperforming retail corridors into the downtown this city never had." I think we should start this with the ideas gathered from the City Council's recent trip to Colorado and their redevelopment projects as our guide. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Lawrence Godwin, are you here? Followed by Lisa Bagby.
Thank you for your time. My name is Larry Godwin, Lawrence Godwin, and I've been a resident of the area for all of 12 months. So I don't have a lot of history. I have actually no history here. My wife and I moved here last year from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and we love it here, mainly because it's not the Dallas-Fort Worth area. A lot of other reasons, but suffice it to say, we really love it here. We've seen what happens to malls in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They're going away. And we've seen what happens when it's handled properly. I will simply tell you that I think from what I've seen, you have a very forward-looking, beautiful plan, and I urge you to stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Lisa, are you here? Okay, Lisa, and followed by Jeanette Carpenter.
So Mayor, City Council members, City staff, thank you. My name is Lisa Rigby. I live at Fair Oaks and Greenback, and I too have been here for about a year and a half. We love it. When I saw your vision, I was so impressed because you nailed it. You got the input. You know what you're doing. You've been to see other places, and there are other places in California that have done this successfully. You know it can be done. When I heard and looked at the amendment, and I compare that to the vision, I mean, honestly, it's like night and day. It was shocking to me. I am not opposed to Home Depot or fast food or In-N-Out. I just think it should be somewhere else, not at that development. So it's so important because what I heard in the presentation was a lot of fear-mongering. If you don't do this, we're going to fail. There's no other option. This is where the market is. I believe Folsom, when they opened the Palladium, thank you. When they opened that, it was right after the recession, and look how well it did. There's never a perfect time, but there is a perfect vision, and you can adjust it. But I will tell you this, like attracts like. You put in Home Depot, more fast food, you're going to get more of that. And that's kind of the same old retail that we've had for the last 20 years or so. It's not forward thinking, forward looking. I love the plan. I ask you to be bold, to be courageous, and to stick with it. And I feel like you have so much energy from other people wanting to make this successful. Bring that in. You did that at the beginning. Bring that in. I come from technology and healthcare. There's so many partners that would be willing to come in to help make this. So whatever we can do to help you, let's do it. And I would just ask the Conrad organization, is this the best you can do? Like, can you come on, help us do this? We need you. So let's come together and make this happen. Thank you.
Pardon me, was somebody yelling something? Okay. Jeanette Carpenter, followed by Hannah. Hang on, I got to see so good. Hannah. Jeanette.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Jeanette Carpenter, and I'm here on behalf of Child Action Incorporated. Basically, we do not have a formal position on the amendment. We're here just simply to offer technical support for Policy 47.3 of your general plan, which promotes the development of a range of childcare facilities in terms of family daycare homes, quasi-public and private childcare centers, before and after school programs, and recreational activities to fulfill the needs of Citrus Heights residents. Child Action Incorporated has been empowering Sacramento's families by helping them obtain subsidies for quality childcare that meets their needs. CAI helps early care and education providers get licensed and build their capacity. CAI is Sacramento's County's trusted resource for easy access to affordable, quality childcare and early education services. Our nonprofit deploys $127 million annually to provide subsidized childcare for over 16,000 Sacramento children and their 8,500 families. The City of Citrus Heights has 97 family childcare homes and 22 childcare centers, and CAI has the technical expertise to support childcare center licensure. Our organization has a childcare facilities development program that provides technical assistance and resources for opening and expanding facilities to those interested in opening a quality childcare program in Sacramento County. In 2023 to 2024 fiscal year, the Child Care Facilities Development Program has supported 214 family child care homes and 1 child care center opening. In total, these businesses have created new spaces for 1,755 children. CAI also does capacity building through contracts with the California Department of Social Services, Sacramento County, both the Department of Human Assistance and Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services, and the City of Sacramento. Essentially, we're just here to offer technical support, and if we can support the City of Citrus Heights in any way. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Hannah, I cannot pronounce your last name, and I'm sure I'm not the first person that told you that.
Nope, it's a tricky one. Hannah Chudin, I'm here speaking on my own behalf tonight. So when Sunrise Mall opened in the early 70s, it was the place to be in Citrus Heights, a true community hub. I wasn't around back then, but like many residents here today, I'd love to see a space in Citrus Heights recapture that same energy and excitement. Opportunities to be transformational don't come often. I'm going to say that one more time. Opportunities to be transformational don't come often. Does our city really need another drive-through or big box store? What I think we need is a modern, vibrant Main Street, somewhere with restaurants, entertainment, boutique shops, parks, and housing. A place that gives people a reason to stop, stay, and enjoy what our city has to offer. The Sunrise Tomorrow specific plan, as adopted, does exactly that. Once brought to life, I'll be one of the first to visit, and I'll be bringing my friends and my family to enjoy and spend money here in the city. The proposed amendments, however, are a step backwards. They won't help Citrus Heights grow in the right direction. They won't bring me into the city. In fact, they give me less of a reason to stop. While we all know the traditional mall model is fading. Online shopping has changed the way we buy things. What people are looking for now is a place to gather, meet friends, and enjoy a day filled with real-life experiences. That's why I strongly encourage you to keep the Sunrise Tomorrow specific plan as adopted. Let's build something that brings the community together and creates a bold and lasting future for the City of Citrus Heights. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Kadincha? Kevin. Are there any Kevins out there?
And Mayor, he also submitted another public comment card with some written comments.
Okay, so we can
he
get
may
to
have
him
left.
okay, we can read his later. How about Catherine Ochaharsky? Married to Benjamin? 2 of you? Couple?
Coming in now. I believe they're coming in the door.
Okay, they're coming in? Oh, they might have been across the hall. Are you Catherine? Benjamin? Yeah. Okay, you're up.
I'm a homeowner in Citrus Heights since 2021. My parents also bought their starter home here. And I do like some of their violation efforts that we've been doing in the marketplace and other areas. My main concerns with the plan is that I don't see the anticipated market for so many fast food restaurants, typically 6 to 8. I'm fine with In-N-Out for financial reasons, and it's a good one. The younger generations, mine included, are more health conscious and also budget conscious, so we're eating healthier, we're eating at home more. When I was a teenager, and I now live a few minutes from the Sunrise Mall, I predominantly, when I do go to the mall, which is rare, it's always been the Galleria. The Sunrise Mall has been dying for a very long time, so please keep in mind local competition, specifically the Palladio. That's where I do most of my recreation. If there was somewhere right by my house, obviously I would go to that more. Also, an emphasis on beautification, so no gas stations, too many drive-throughs, and definitely do not have a movie theater. I also would like to create more safe third spaces for use that aren't like parks that are overrun by homeless people. For outing housing, please don't make the same mistake as much of SAC has. There should be ample parking. There might be some compatibility issues of being so close to Home Depot. So please make sure there's plenty of parking for every housing unit involved. If that means having less or no housing, I'm totally fine with that. My worst fear as a mother and someone who lives by the mall is the renovations or vacancies being dragged out, or the current state leading to influx in homeless people and crime. I do not want to live by a homeless camp, even if that means no housing is added in the plan in any of the phases. Ethan's plan proposed does seem successful financially, and I do think he's a subject matter expert as well as financially invested. Please successfully redevelop the attraction. Once it's successfully revitalized, we can have the creative and attractive stores come in. As of now, or the alternative of just sitting there and dying, I see homeless people and crime coming in, and I'd rather have what he's doing than nothing, just because we want to have a lot of housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Benjamin, you're up next. Followed by Patty Gray.
I don't hate the idea of Home Depot and In-N-Out because they bring in money and are tucked away in the corners of the lot if the rest of the area becomes something nice. I do have the following concerns, though. In-N-Out always has an overflow of vehicles in line. I would like to see more details about how the vehicle line is organized. The nearby In-N-Out on Madison Avenue is an example of bad design, where the overflow goes into the busy street every time. I want the overflow to go into the lot, not into the street. Additionally, I saw that map of Home Depot. The parking lot is tiny for a Home Depot. And also, the plan puts the housing right next to the Home Depot, which means inevitably there will be residents who park in the Home Depot with their guests and other stuff. So definitely that lot is unrealistically small for a Home Depot. My wife and I are not very interested in more drive-throughs that aren't In-N-Out because they're unhealthy, gross, and expensive. A movie theater is not a very good idea. It's fun in concept, but people don't really go to the movies that often anymore. A better idea is a performing arts center. We can get great talent that Sacramento has in their performing arts centers, and we can bring them in here for something more interesting than some movies. I'd also be interested in hearing which tenants exactly are attracted to the mall only if Home Depot moves in, what kind of symbiotic tenants those would be, because I'm not quite sure what those are. However, the biggest issue of all is that the main structure in the middle of the lot is an eyesore. I promise you that this will never, ever be a prized destination with that building there, no matter what you build around it or what you paint it. Don't waste money on a hotel if there's no destination. There is a reason why most of the activity that goes on there is donuts in the parking lot and illegal fireworks. Ugliness brings in ugly activities. Tear it down and fill it with dirt from Rancho. Great models to look at of what people want are Folsom's Palladio, but also Citrus Heights' very own marketplace at Birdcage Plaza. Those places have smaller buildings that are broken up and walkable with things to look at and variety, instead of a big, massive prison compound. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Gray, followed by Robert Carlson.
That's me. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to
Thanks
speak.
for having an easy name to read.
Oh, well, I'm glad for that anyway. I am yet another one of those people who can say my family moved to California in 1969, and when Sunrise Mall opened, we thought it was the greatest place to go, and we spent a lot of time there. I spent hours shopping there, and I wanted to go away. I moved away and went all over the world, and my husband and I, we came back to roost in this area in 2020. So we bought our house and moved in right when COVID hit. And then we discovered this Sunrise Tomorrow plan. And I just couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was like, oh my God, we landed in the right place. I can't believe this vision. This is exactly what I would want in the place that I live. And our house is kind of in Birdcage Heights, kind of behind that mall. And when I saw like there was going to be green spaces and even a community garden and a farmer's market, it's like, this is exactly what I envisioned the ideal community to be. So I was extremely excited. And then when I saw the amendment coming along that claimed to uphold all of the various points about community, but none of which does. I'm not sure that the person who claims to uphold community with fast food restaurants and a Home Depot actually understands what community is. I'm really wondering about that. So I'm here to say, obviously, please say no. I like option 2 that the gentleman here proposed. I understand that people are talking about compromise and ways to work. Okay, that's fine, but you guys have the vision, and it's an excellent vision, and I don't want you to let go of it. And the fact, as other people have alluded, we don't often spend a lot of money in Citrus Heights because a lot of it already looks like fast food places and box stores and strip malls. When we want to have a nice evening, we tend to go out of Citrus Heights. So I don't know why anybody would think that if we do more of the same on that site, that it's going to bring in people from elsewhere. I leave Citrus Heights to go to Home Depot. It's no big deal. I'm fine with going to that Home Depot out on Madison. Why would anybody else come in here to go to another Home Depot? Why would they come here to go to another fast food drive-through restaurant? How does that promote community? That space of that mall is the heart of Citrus Heights. That Sunrise Marketplace, it's such an important center for us as a community and our feeling of community. And the vision that you guys created made me feel like, oh my gosh, I've come home to the right place, right? I don't want to feel like that was a mistake in the end and that I'm just going to get more of this sort of nasty stuff that I actually leave Citrus Heights to get away from at this point. So stick to your guns. You guys were brilliant. I thought, boy, did I land in the right place. I'm so happy to be here, and I will do anything to work with you to help make this a reality. And thank you for presenting a vision like that. I really, really love it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Robert Carlson, followed by Ralph Carhart.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Robert Carlson. I've been a resident of Citrus Heights since 2008. First lived in the Northwest District near Lakin Elementary. Now I live over in the Mitchell Village community, a stone's throw from this proposal. This proposal feels like a hostage situation. And I say that because it is, we must do this or the whole project's going to fail and you'll have an empty lot for the next 45 years of our lives. I don't agree with that. Now, Home Depot, nothing against them, but we have 3 within 3 to 5 miles of this site. You have one on Madison, one on Antelope, and one on Sunrise in Roseville. Lowe's is across the street. What market is there for another home improvement store? In addition to that, it's right against the residents. I don't know about anyone here. I've never made one trip to Home Depot. It's 4 or 5 in a weekend because you need more material, other supplies, so on and so forth. The traffic impacts of those residents is going to be large. It's going to be negative. It's not going to be good for them. It's going to lower their quality of life, which is not fair to them. In addition to that, Sunrise and Greenback, has been mentioned, is a crossroads. You have people going from Folsom to 80, Roseville to 50. It's a huge area. We need to take advantage of that. Get the people that are on those two roads to stay in this area. They're not going to go to Home Depot there. They're not going to go to the In-N-Out there. While In-N-Out can be built pretty much anywhere and command a presence, and there might be room for one in the future, to do it on the onset is not appropriate. In addition, I do agree that there are some modifications to the plan that are required. Home Depot, if it's absolutely necessary to build one there, put it on the north parcel, put it away, put it off of Greenback, away from the houses. In addition, the plan doesn't really address any of the schools. Even the modifications doesn't address the schools in the area. Our schools are overcrowded. Our schools are underperforming in this city. We're going to add multiple residents with multiple students. Where are they going to go? So the amendment does not address any of these issues. I hope the council takes this into consideration on your decision and direction you provide to Ethan Conrad Properties and the tenants that he has. I thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. We're getting to the end. Okay, Ralph Carhart, are you here? Yep. And then if Kathy Buxton, who wasn't here before, is here, she'd be our last speaker. And then we'll have Amy read some. Okay. Go
Good
for it,
evening.
Ralph.
I came up here from Southern California in the mid-'70s. I was transferred up to Sacramento, and I was advised to buy my home in the San Juan School District. So I was up here for 2 days and shopped in Carmichael and Citrus Heights. We were about to buy a house in Citrus Heights, but they were all sold out, so they sent us over to what they said was Orangevale. Turned out it's about a mile east of Sunrise Mall. At the time, the area out here, Citrus Heights was really Sylvan Corners. Fair Oaks was the village, and Orangevale was out at Main and Greenback. And I kind of had the reaction, or at least my colleagues had the reaction that Doyle Phelan had when he came out here to supervise the construction of the Pennies in the early 70s. That's way out no place. So I've been quite active in Fair Oaks and Orangevale. I'm on the park board for the last 23 years, and I was on the CPAC in Fair Oaks for 10 years. And I've been helping the Glove organization over in Orangevale get a SACOG grant to rejuvenate their business district over there. But I'm a landscape architect. I came from a family. My dad was a developer, real estate broker, home builder, and all of that. So I appreciate what they want to do. But the main message I have here is you are so special here in Citrus Heights. You've got a city like Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova. When I moved here, pheasants would fly out from the oak trees on either side of Greenback. And you have taken a city or a community that really had no voice and turned it into a wonderful place. I'm so jealous because over in Fair Oaks and in Carmichael and in Orangevale, we don't have a voice. We have, for Carmichael and Arden Arcade and Fair Oaks, we have one supervisor out of 5 that represent us. When you have something here, you have the voice of your people, and you've got a good plan, you've outreached, you've got a great plan here. Stick with it. Stick with your plan. Don't make any small plans and stick by them. Over in Fair Oaks, we had to do a bond issue to renovate our village, and that's just about completed. But you have done so much to make the community of Citrus Heights a real viable city, so keep doing that. I'm jealous. I'm proud of you. I'm jealous we don't have that. In 2005, I co-chaired a year study to incorporate Fair Oaks and Orangevale. We came to nothing. We didn't have the money to proceed any further, but you're so lucky. Stick with your plans.
Thank you, Ralph. So did Kathy Buxton come back? No? Yes? No? Okay. So Amy, can you read the ones you have?
Gigi Rayford had also submitted a written comment, but she would like to just go ahead and read that now. So.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gigi. And I sent this letter to the council Some of you may already know I've been doing a lot of emails, I've been doing a lot of videos because I'm definitely opposed to this. So I was writing you to ask you not to lift these restrictions, okay? In the Sunrise Specific Plan, you know it was developed to protect us, right? And as many of you know, Namdar, the majority owner of the mall, at one point wanted to chop it up, wanted to gut it. And I remember that vividly because Councilmember Middleton was there for that one. I don't believe the rest of you were, but she was there in the beginning. So I watched that kind of unfold as they wanted to have the In-N-Out Burger, the Chick-fil-A, the gas station, all the things that they did not get because the council had foresight. So I was very appreciative of that. But we're watching the same version, okay, happen again with someone different, with Ethan. So now he wants to do the exact same thing that Namdar wanted to do. So he's just their proxy at this point. We don't need big box stores. We don't need self-storage units. But I do like the idea of Judy's Cleaners, because I do like Judy's Cleaners, okay? I use them. Adding a Home Depot to Citrus Heights, it really offers little community benefit. And we already have a Lowe's, we have an HD Supply serving the same market. So rather than diversifying the economy, it duplicates existing services and brings low job density, increases traffic and safety concerns. Big box retail is not a forward-thinking investment, okay? It's a short-term fix that contradicts long-term vision laid out in the Sunrise Tomorrow plan. Our city deserves development that enhances the quality of life and builds lasting economic value. Now, this is where true vision comes in. If I can live here, work here, and play here, we good. But if I have to leave here to go to Rancho or anywhere else, that's not a good thing. We don't have the things that we need to enjoy our community. And whoever wants to develop here should be willing to bring that to us. He's going to make money. He's going to rent those pads out or sell them to whoever he wants. Nonprofits do not bring the tax dollars. That's not what we're getting. It's not retail. We're going to get the money for the land anyway, right? So as far as fast food, these chains, they offer short-term revenue, right? Citrus Heights is already saturated with food. Adding more won't bring meaningful economic growth. We need to develop, things that attract new dollars, not just recycles the local spending. So I'm just going to ask you, don't lift the restrictions. It'll do more than just green light a Home Depot. It will open the floodgates on irreversible breakdown on everything the specific plan was designed to prevent, okay? And once that's gone, you can't claw that back. You can stand up and everybody's going to cry and moan, but he's going to have the power. So don't do it.
Okay, so can you read the ones you have?
Yes, I will read the written comments that I've received. The first is from David Warren, and he states, I oppose the proposed amendments to the Sunrise Tomorrow development plan in that there has not been a substantial improvement in Conrad Properties' proposal to conform to the intent of the development plan. It is irrefutable that action must be taken to obtain the highest and best use for the Sunrise Mall property redevelopment in light of the fact that 1, shopping malls across the country are failing, 2, the economy is tenuous, and 3, the loss of all but one of the mall's anchor stores. However, urgent need does not equate to approving an unacceptable proposal which fails to provide for the needs of the community. The redevelopment of the property should be focused upon mixed use, including residential, recreational, dining, retail, shopping, and open space. Instead, Conrad Properties proposes putting lipstick on a pig by constructing another big box store, a bowling alley, and nominal retail space. Essentially, Conrad wants to build a 20th century shopping space in the 21st century. Most importantly, the proposal addresses only a small portion of the mall property with no assurance of appropriate redevelopment of the remainder of the property. The amendment should be rejected until a proposal is presented that addresses redevelopment of the entire mall property consistent with the Sunrise Tomorrow development plan. It is better to wait for a satisfactory redevelopment plan than a proposal which will require replacement in a few years, thus putting an albatross around the neck of the city. The amendment should be rejected. The next comment is from Christine Romero. I'm writing to share my voice at tonight's City Council meeting as I'm unable to attend due to an employment meeting. I'm a resident of Fair Oaks and resident near the CVS on Greenback Lane. I'm greatly concerned with the proposed amendment by the developer for the Sunrise Mall Tomorrow plan. My concern is adding fast food establishments and automotive facilities will cause severe traffic congestion on Sunrise Boulevard, which is already a high-traffic area. Additionally, there are already a large number of fast food establishments in close proximity. These proposed establishments would also bring down the value of our homes. As a homeowner in an unpredictable economy right now, I'm very concerned this plan will be detrimental to our homes located in the Marquee and surrounding areas. Please strongly take this into consideration. The next is from Christine Foreman. They state the Sunrise Tomorrow Evolution Plan will not benefit the people of Citrus Heights or the surrounding communities. We don't need more fast food or big box stores. The traffic is already a problem, and with the addition of the proposed businesses, it will only get worse. I support the original Sunrise Tomorrow plan. I believe this will enhance our city and make Citrus Heights a destination. The next is from Tucker Harrison, and they state, please do not adopt the revised Sunrise Tomorrow plan. We have the rare opportunity and land asset that many towns only dream of. Please use this opportunity to turn Citrus Heights into a destination similar to other success stories like Santana Row in Santa Clara and the Fountains in Roseville. The next comment is from Amy Church. They state, community spaces are important. Part of the reason I moved to Citrus Heights is because I didn't feel like I was living in the middle of a parking lot here. Reducing the minimum allocation for open community space shows that the developer is not presenting these amendments for the good of our community, but rather as a way to line their own pockets. The proposed removal of maximum retail square footage allocation and the promotion of big box stores like a Home Depot further proves this. These types of businesses displace and prevent local businesses from thriving and contribute to overwhelming traffic. They also make areas less walkable, which goes against the initial plans that our neighbors support for a reason. Increasing the number of drive-throughs not only contributes to the issues I already stated, but also would make this center a place for transient stops when we need a place where community members can gather for more than just a stop on their way elsewhere, not to mention the environmental impacts that these plans would contribute to. These amendments go directly against the goal to become a destination in Citrus Heights. I don't know about you, but I've never sat around with friends and family to think of a local destination we could go spend the day at and had anyone suggest a hub with Home Depot as its main attraction. The next comment is Merle Taufa. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I live right next to the Sunrise Mall and, like most residents, want this project to be completed yesterday, but I also am still 100% behind the city's adopted Sunrise Tomorrow specific plan. Our city is at a crossroads. Either we hang tough and truly make the site the heart of the city, like the Sunrise Tomorrow plan envisions, or we take the easy road and end up with something more akin to heart disease. Tweaks to the plan may be needed, but Ethan Conrad's proposed amendments are not tweaks. They are completely inconsistent with the Sunrise Tomorrow plan policies. Please do not give in. The next comment is from Diane Summer. I am not in favor of a Home Depot as anchor surrounded by fast food restaurants. The mall is in the center of Citrus Heights, and whatever goes in there should be something that makes the city a better place, something that is attractive and appealing, that will attract people. Fountains in Roseville is a good example of such a place. Plus, it is always busy. A Home Depot and more fast food will detract from the area. Thank you. The next is from Rachel Abbott. Our civic society should focus on what benefits and enriches lives of citizens. A mixed-use project that emphasizes the needs of people, from senior citizens, walkability, small business, is the moral and socially responsible choice. The Medicis believed in the purpose of art and design and copied the Roman ideas that public squalor leads to private opulence. If we don't create our towns and cities as places where the wealthy enjoy living in, being in, they will make private luxuries and spend money on that. Our civic institutions have the opportunity to create a walkable, beautiful third place, something that car-centered California is short on. Studies have shown that the most desirable cities offer beautiful public spaces. Please don't develop a row of 6 fast food places. All my neighbors oppose. The next is from Sam Lucero. On Sunrise Boulevard, we have almost every fast food joint. We don't need more. However, we have no movie theaters and no venues. The property at Sunrise Mall would be an amazing location for both. It would bring value and tax money to our city as well. Why is Home Depot so important with Lowe's right across the street? The next is, I believe it's Sarah Flores. Don't amend specific general plan. Don't cave into Conrad, no Home Depot. People of Citrus Heights deserve a better place to gather, connect, enjoy entertainment. We want vision. The next is from Matthew Diedrich. The proposal of Ethan Conrad lacks creativity to address the vision of the Sunrise Tomorrow. He has complete disregard of the Sunrise Tomorrow plan and offers his experience and plan as the only possible solution for development. It seems he has found a quick and relatively simple approach to maximize his investment to benefit his business rather than the city of Citrus Heights. He states he likes challenges, then let's have him work within the vision of the Sunrise Tomorrow and meet the 5, I can't read that, of the plan, tenets of the plan. The Kevin Cadena. I own a store in Sunrise Mall, and U.S. business owners have been excited about the prospect or pushing this project back will mean the death of my small business and the other small business owners in the mall. We will be forced out of Citrus Heights. My store has been in the mall for 20-plus years. I have owned it for 5. Said that the possibility of, I can't read that, the mall is sad. Please consider Ethan Conrad's plan. The next is from Donna Kincannon. Thank you for the excellent questions by the council members to Ethan Conrad and others. It seems that Mr. Conrad wants a piecemeal approval process for his development. What will happen to the rest of the property after phase 1 and 2? What did the council members learn from visiting the projects in Colorado? On the map of the property, the event space to the left of the Macy's men's store, what kind of events? Will there be an entertainment center, business for families? Citrus Heights and surrounding communities can support a vibrant city center, retail, entertainment, restaurants, etc., without a Home Depot. They put example, High Hand in Loomis, restaurant, brewery, live music, unique shops. And then we had received an online speaker card from Don Nemi. They didn't put any written comments. I didn't know if they were in the audience tonight. But that concludes all the written comments.
All right, so that's the end of public comment. If there's anybody else that hasn't commented that wants to jump up and take the last couple of minutes to do that, we'll do it. And now we're going to go to council member comments.
I would actually love to take a 5-minute break if we could do that, just 5 minutes. No, we want to keep going?
I'd like to go on
Okay,
because I'm
let's
ready
do
to
it.
pass out.
All right,
So
it is
I'd
late.
really like to get this done.
Okay, I'll go first.
I'm glad you volunteered.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. Mr. Conrad, I'd like to speak directly to you. That plan took a beating, sir, but I can tell that you're a pro with how you've handled yourself throughout hearing all of this. We heard a lot of negative feedback about the amendment, the proposed amendment specifically, but I appreciated hearing a lot of good feedback about you from your colleagues. And it's clear that there's not really opposition to the specific businesses that you're aligning with. The opposition seems to be just in placement. And I personally would love to see all these businesses thrive in Citrus Heights. So it's not a matter of the businesses in particular, but we have to stick to this plan. This is the legacy plan. And with that said, I believe in your ability and your expertise. You're obviously successful. You're obviously smart. You've gotten yourself here today. You've gotten all of these contacts with all these businesses and more. I think that you can do what is planned. I think that you can do better than the proposed amendment. And I would love to see that happen. I would love to continue working with you. And I incredibly appreciate your interest in our city and in this property. So please continue to buy the rest of the mall. Please close escrow. And let's truly build a legacy plan for our city and for your company.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Councilmember Middleton to go next. She was here when the specific plan was adopted.
Yes, Mayor, you're right. And I was on the Planning Commission when we decided to not allow for that mall property to have subdivision of the lots, because we understood what we had and where the mall was going. And I just want to be clear. I'm not against making true minor modifications that will enhance our big five ideas, right? We saw big box retailers at the Belmar Mall redevelopment. There was a Target, a Whole Foods, a Dick's Sporting Good, a Century Theaters, but they were used to transform that space into a downtown area, something that we do not have and something that our community is asking for. Mr. Conrad, your plan, quite frankly, it worked in Sutter, Chico, and Merced because competition, when you look at the market analysis there, was low to moderate. Here in Citrus Heights, we have to deal with the Palladio, we have to deal with the Galleria, and we have to provide something different when it comes to when it comes to economic development. So the STSP is the ceiling of what we want. We're not saying that a developer has to come in and give us everything that is on that plan. We're saying that out of this buffet, take your choice, make a pick, and let's figure out how we can work to implement those things. And you were able to do a couple of those things. Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but your EV charging stations, approved. The Montessori school, approved. We're working with you. It's within the plan. It's within the context of what we're doing. When it comes down to, putting skin in the game, the city of Citrus Heights put up the hard-earned dollars, the hard-earned tax dollars of our residents because of the values and the wants of our community, because of the time they took to tell us and express to us what their dream, what their vision really was. And we have a responsibility to get as close to that vision as possible. We deserve a project that matches the unique determination, grit of this community. And I am hopeful that after hearing, again, what this community has to say and seeing how we are here and willing to work with you, that you'll come back to the table and you will work within this plan to make sure we are meeting those big five ideas. If you can meet a majority of those ideas, I can almost guarantee the community will be satisfied with that and we'll be able to move forward.
Well said.
Can we just end that?
Councilmember Middleton. That was very, very well articulated. So I also want you, Mr. Conrad, to know that we are willing to work with you. This is not working with us, is the problem. You just basically took our plan and made it your own plan without really any regard to with what the five big ideas were. And this is something that we are the visionaries here. And while you may feel like this is going to be a failure, I don't believe it. So, those are my comments, and I will move on from there.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Mr. Conrad, for coming and presenting to us. During our conversations in our 2x2 meetings, I asked you a lot of questions about what you're technically planning and what you're specifically asking for. And through the iterations, there has really been very few changes. You may have eliminated a few items, but not significant changes to move closer to the middle, which is what we're looking for. Because as Councilmember Middleton pointed out, you have been approved for certain things, and we're happy to do that because that fit within our vision along with the contacts and relationships you've established, and we appreciate that. My particular conflict with what you're asking for, because you are saying or asking for direction for not only phase one, which is property that you own, and I said this to you privately, property that you own, you're also wanting to grandfather those approvals for phase two. And that for me is a dangerous, slippery slope for our council to say yes to, simply because without any plan whatsoever, you want us to say yes. And because we are beholden to our community's trust, finances, taxes, we actually need to know. And so we are not here to be able to approve any phase two of anything or have any language that alludes to the fact that we can, because I don't think we actually can. We can't just grandfather in language that says, sure, we say yes to this, and without any other approvals, we'll say yes to that too, or any plans. So that is my main challenge to understand, because it is a technical, long-standing, in writing legal document you're asking us to sign off on. I find it very, very difficult for that reason alone.
What went through your mind when you bought that property? You know, this is what I keep saying. Didn't he see? Didn't you read this? Didn't you read this book? I mean, you had to have read the book. You had to have seen there was housing going to be on that spot. An entertainment anchor. Why can't you get an entertainment anchor? Why can't you follow the plan? The plan is so gorgeous. It is so well done. Kudos to the staff and the people who put that together, the community. It's a great plan. It's so passionate. It's almost like guided imagery when you read that you're going to walk through trails. And it's like guided imagery of a beautiful place to live. With, you know, and I would have been against the housing until we went to Colorado. The housing there was so well done. It's all in design. It's so well done. There was senior housing. There was some low income. There was some upper. There was some, even as you walked along, there were little things on the poles for your dog baggies, you know, for your walking your dog, little baggies along the way. It was just incredibly great place. It was almost like we were transformed into another world there. And that's what we could have here. They had a mall just like ours that just totally went, and then they put this in. Of course, they had a developer with vision. And so I know you have that vision because you are a person who takes care of all your properties. You have a reputation for caring about your properties, unlike the guy who owns the other half of the mall. So I give you credit for that. But you gotta have, if you don't have it, find somebody to partner with. You know, this is an investment that you can make, and this is probably, as Councilmember Nelson says, your legacy project. This is something that you could point to your grandchildren to say, I helped build this. And I really, I'm never going to go for that Home Depot. I have stock in Home Depot. Let me disclose, I have some stock in Home Depot. It's very good stock. I love Home Depot. I built my brand new $800,000 house with Home Depot. But I did get a little bit of Lowe's, but mostly Home Depot. But it doesn't go there. It's not in the vision. The vision, and In-N-Out Burger, across the street. Go across the street. But it's not in this section. There's some beautiful, beautiful things in that plan, and it's just putting in what you want is going to eliminate all of that. It's not going to fit in. It's not the main street. That main street is the key. And what we saw in Colorado, people wanted to know what we saw. I saw housing that really fit. The hotel was like right in the middle of everything. It wasn't a big fancy hotel, but it was a hotel. $5 wine during happy hour was nice. But it's there. It's so possible. And I won't see it. I'm too old. So I'm like Moses that's never going to see the promised land, you know? But it's there for the future generations. And I really want to encourage you to read the book. So I'm going to go with number 2. I'm not interested in
Gotta make a
changing.
motion.
I don't know if we have to make a motion. Do we need a motion?
Don't I get a rebuttal?
Pardon?
I get a rebuttal time period, right?
I think Mr. Conrad had some comments.
Right?
Oh, you want to comment?
That's my understanding is, right?
No, go ahead, go comment.
Okay. So I appreciate everything you're saying, and I appreciate you guys actually, you care about the city of Citrus Heights. Acknowledge that. Okay. I think that what we need to keep in mind and really think about is that, as I said earlier in the presentation, I've said to you individually, we can't control what tenants do. We cannot control what tenants want. We can't control which tenants we get. We don't have control over those things, right? So it's those, and I've learned this in commercial real estate. I might look at it and go, okay, well, this looks like a good property, and I think I could lease it to so-and-so or whatever. But until I pitch it to them, I don't know. I don't control these things, right? I can't, nobody can. Nobody can say, oh, this center looks, let's put it this way. I've bought lots of properties that were beautiful properties that failed, that people put billions of dollars in, lots and lots of money, right? And they failed. And why did they fail? Well, the plan might have looked beautiful, but the tenants weren't there for what that plan looked like.
You're not Houdini. You don't know all this stuff.
No, I personally have bought all these. I bought lots of properties that were failed properties. You know what I buy mainly?
Circumstances change from city to city. I can't buy your generalization.
Okay, well, let's just think about it for a minute. Okay, my entire adult life, I've bought nothing but failed properties. I bought properties that other people have failed at. That's what I target. That's what I buy. So the reason why I bought the building that I own is because it was, Sears, and they were failing business and so forth, right? And I looked at it and I thought, well, I think the city of Citrus Heights will be flexible with me because they're pro-business. I know this for a fact. I own other real estate there. They're motivated. They want to see this property be successful. So, again, though, I think if we go back to the most important point of all this, I don't think that the current specific plan is ugly. I think it's beautiful, okay? That doesn't mean it'll be successful. And there's a huge difference between what looks beautiful
I
and a
think
set
the
of
market
plans.
is changing. You
Yeah.
can't say today is exactly tomorrow, just like today isn't yesterday. So it's changing.
Well, yes, commercial real estate is changing, and I love that because that keeps it interesting, candidly. In different market cycles, there's different opportunities, right?
Councilmember Middleton wants to argue with you.
But I guess,
I'm not here to argue.
But I guess to wrap it up, though, I guess here's my suggestion, okay? And let me just wrap up. I should probably emphasize that one more time. What looks beautiful may not be successful, and often isn't. And that means it's often a failed project or it never gets built. One of the two. So that's what I love beautiful things. I love beautiful architecture. I think the current specific plan, those renderings look beautiful. I don't think they're ugly, okay? But there's not tenants that want that, and there's not significant tenants that will pay the rent that is for that design of demoing everything and building over. There's not tenants in existence. Namdar doesn't have somebody else to buy the property. That's why they're in escrow with me. That's why they've given me extension after extension, right? Because they don't have somebody else. So that's probably the most important thing I can instill on you guys is that what looks beautiful often is not successful. And there's nothing we can do about that, right? So the real question is, do you want to have a property that looks beautiful on a set of plans but never gets built? Or do you want to have something that's here and now that gets built, that there's real live tenants and great tenants in and out and in Home Depot and Julie's Cleaners and so forth that are here now that are ready to proceed? And so if I were you, I look at things, I'm a realist. I would take a bird in hand, right? If you guys, but have some compromise on it too. If you guys said, okay, hey, we don't want to approve phase 2 now.
We'll put that on the side when we wait till
Mr.
there's a little
Conrad,
more.
just to interject here,
you
we
know-
can't approve Phase 2 because you don't own it yet, number one. Number two,
Can I finish my thought? Please?
by all means.
And then you can recontort, just like I gave you the courtesy of speaking myself.
Mr. Conrad, by all means, please continue.
Thank you. So, the point is, if you want to, I'm flexible. I mean, if you want to say, okay, phase 2, we're not going to have any sort of, we'll revisit that when there's more firmed up plans. Okay, fine. If you said, hey, Ethan, you can only have 2 drive-throughs, or whatever, or you can only have In-N-Out for the moment. Have 1, okay? We got In-N-Out. Everyone loves In-N-Out. I think if you took a poll, people like, okay, fine, have 1. And have Home Depot. And I assure you, if Home Depot is approved, that will be the catalyst. That is the driver. That's what gets IKEA. That's what gets Lucky Strike. That's what gets all the tenants that you want, is having Home Depot as a base. If we don't have that, this thing isn't going to be successful. I can assure you of that. So if you want to just say, hey, okay, we'll allow Home Depot and we'll allow 1 drive-through, In-N-Out, okay. I mean, that's a start in the right direction, and we can revisit phase 2, okay. But if we don't have that, we're going to have an embarrassment to the city of Citrus Heights. It's going to fail, it's going to be empty, it's going to be, I'm just telling you, okay. I'm saying this in a positive way. I don't want this, right? I'm saying, like, if we saw somebody in a car and they're about to drive over a cliff, I'm going to raise my hand and say, hey, don't drive over the cliff. Please don't, okay?
Would you like a little council feedback? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Conrad, I'm going to go back to what Councilmember Lopez Taft stated, which is the fact that you do not own the area where you want to put the Home Depot.
I own about 70% of the land, yes. I have a right to buy.
But no, Mr. Conrad.
I have a right to buy.
Do not interrupt.
I'm answering your question.
No, it wasn't a question. It was a statement.
It's not like a question, I'm sorry.
You do not own 100% of it. It's part of a different phase, and you're saying that is a catalyst, correct? The Home Depot is a catalyst,
This
yes
is
or no?
a question, right? Or-
Yeah, yes or no?
Okay.
The Home Depot is a catalyst, correct?
Is the catalyst, yes.
Okay, but you do not own 100% of it. But more importantly, Mr. Conrad, when you bought that Sears development, when you bought that area, you knew this plan existed. And I don't know what gave you the thought in your mind that you could buy that space and then come over here to the city and tell us that, 1, our community doesn't know what they want, 2, it's not viable, and thirdly, if we don't do it the way you want to do it, God forbid, the whole city's going to burn down and go to pieces. We've watched the mall decline. We've watched it do this, and that's why we put this plan in place with the hopes of having a developer, of having a partnership. I'll go back to you and I'll point out that the fact that where you have the Montessori school, where you want the EV chargers, it doesn't fit beautifully within our plan. But we said, you know what, it is an allowed use. I'm asking you, going forward, to fit within that allowed use. I do not, from the consensus that we have right from sitting here, I don't think you're going to get much further than where you are right now. So you can have a paperweight friend, and we can have a non-revenue generating, box over here. And we're at a stalemate. We're here to work with you. If you're willing to work with us, you're not meeting us halfway. You're using threats, you're using tactics to say that, hey, I won't buy the rest of the mall unless I get exactly what I want. And we're here to tell you that we might not be able to give you exactly what you want. So tough stuff, right?
Can I respond now?
Oh, let's have some more council comments, and then you can respond to everybody, okay? Did you want another comment? Okay, let's go down the road.
So, Mr. Conrad, you mentioned that you had shopped your plan, and this is how it evolved according to your conversations with your contacts. Did you ever shop the Sunrise Tomorrow plan?
Yes.
Not as a tenant, but as a co-investor in the community?
Well, okay, so if there was market demand, I talked to tenants about the current specific plan, yes. They kind of looked at it and said, they didn't express interest. You know, let me ask these, I should say this as I might offer a suggestion. If you interviewed, let's say the top 10 top 10 retail real estate brokers in Sacramento, they will tell you all the same thing I'm telling you now. All of them. Okay? And so what I'm saying, I'm not off on a limb or something like that. I mean, if you talk to them. I mean, so the current specific plan, the issue is it doesn't meet current market demand. So no one will ever build it. I'm not saying this in a mean way. I think it looks beautiful. Okay? I mean, it's just that there's just not market demand. And if you don't believe me, you can ask all the retail brokers in Sacramento that are successful, and they'll tell you the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and as far as showing, Portia, as far as showing flexibility, I'm offering flexibility. I'm saying if you want to say that there's one drive-through and you allow Home Depot or something,
Mr.
and not
Conrad,
something.
go ahead and have the conversation with me because you had your moment with Ms. Middleton. The reason I asked my question in that way, have you shopped your contacts for the Sunrise Tomorrow plan, the version that we have and the vision that we have? The reason why I asked that is because of our Belmar trip. Now, hold your comments for a moment because I know you have a lot to say about that. But they had creative financial solutions that partnered with the developer and the city to accommodate and overcome the financial question. And that is something that we were very interested in exploring. Now, we know that you are a commercial property owner, but you're not a developer per se. You don't break ground in order to create this space from this space to that space. And we are looking for the next version of your vision because we know you can transform a dilapidated space to a not dilapidated space. We understand that that is your forte. What we are asking you to do is have the vision for the next version of that, not just rehabbing, but rehashing totally. And so that takes bravery on your part. You know, you're explaining to us how we could fear possible negative eventualities, if you will, from your version. But we're asking you, can you envision a positive eventuality doing something different that you may not have done before, but could absolutely, and I love that when Ms. Nelson says your legacy. Not that I think you need to have a legacy, and that may not be your forte either, but we're asking you to join us in our legacy. And if that is not where you want to go, you should have acknowledged that for yourself upon purchase, because this is what we're committed to. And we don't know how else to say that to you.
Well, thank you for your comments. I would just say that I would encourage having some flexibility, and I'm happy to provide the same. So, I mean, if we want to focus on phase one, okay. I mean, again, I highly encourage approving Home Depot's use. I highly encourage, if you want to just have one drive-through, okay, that's a compromise, but something, because otherwise, otherwise, I don't see that this property is going to be successfully redeveloped at any time soon. And let me explain one other thing. Maybe I should explain this. The huge problem with the current specific plan and those plans of how it shows everything's demoed and rebuilt is just from an economics perspective. You'd have to spend money to demo the buildings that were there. And then you have to spend money to build new buildings. So what that means is that just right off the top, you'd have to have a tenant who is willing to pay 3 or 4 times as much rent, 3 or 4 times, right? Because let's say it costs you, let's say it costs you $20 a foot to demo, and it costs you $300 a foot to build a new building, right? Well, that's $320 a foot. Well, if you can take the existing buildings and you can modify them and make them look like newer buildings and maybe you demo some to have a walkway in between and so forth, okay, then your basis and the rent that needs to be paid is economical. But if I go to a tenant and say, hey, you want to pay 3 times as much as fair market value rent because that's what the current specific plan dictates, they're going to say, are you crazy? Why would we pay that? Right? So that's the problem. So, if you want to look at it and really say, I want to try to make this work and I want to have it look nice and be something that looks good and you got great tenants and so forth, you have to keep at least most of the square footage. You don't have to keep all of it, but most of it because of the economics of it. Otherwise, it just gets way too expensive. And unless the city of Citrus Heights says, okay, we'll donate $100 million to this or $200 million. I mean, it's like a lot of money that the city of Citrus Heights would have to give towards the current specific plan to have it be economically viable. It's probably like $300 million or more.
I'm going to have a heart attack here.
You're going to have a heart attack?
I'm going to have a heart attack.
I'm going to pass. I need to get sleep.
I know you do. I'm tired.
I just want to.
I'm still recovering from my flu.
Just one more comment, please. A lot has happened here tonight. A lot has been said. You've heard from the community, and what I wanted to hear from you was that you were going to consider what the community was saying. You were going to consider what we were saying. You were going to have humility and say, maybe this plan that I proposed is not going to work, and try to maybe take some time to think about how you could develop a plan that would work. I still encourage you to do so. It's been a long night. It seems like, as it is, we are not prepared to move forward with any amendment.
Can I just say, I'm just going to say this really quick, okay? Love Home Depot, love In-N-Out, great food, love it. We went to Colorado. It wasn't a vacation. We had meetings and discussions about financing plans, demolition costs, all that kind of stuff. So you're not talking to a group of people who doesn't know what you're talking about. We know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There was all kinds of financing discussions about how this gets financed, okay? So maybe you should do a little research on the Belmar property and figure out how the financing worked there, because it's clearly working. The other piece that I want you to consider is, look, right across the street, we have a thriving birdcage mall. You're telling us, because we're across the street, that it's going to fail unless your plan is the plan. I don't think you're listening to anything. We've been here for 4.5 hours, and you haven't heard a word that we've said. So I'm ready to, I'm going to provide some direction.
Please.
I'm going to say, let's provide the direction for number 2. That's the vote that I'm going for.
In brief comment, can I just?
No, I don't want to hear
you
it.
know what, we
I'm
really
done.
need to.
All right.
I am done.
By the way,
we've heard-
Chico Mall's
we've heard all
40
the
acres.
comments.
It's 40 acres.
Conrad,
okay?
we've heard your comments, and I think it's time that we wrap this up. Okay, so pleasure of the council. Is this by motion or just by feedback, or how do we do
Can
it?
be by motion, doesn't have to be, but if you feel like the motion would give clearer direction, you certainly can do that.
Casey, you'd like the motion.
Okay, let's do a motion.
I move that we move for option 2. Can I
Second.
get a second?
Motion, second. Do we want a roll call vote? Or do we need to? No, we'll do all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're not interested in amending the plan at this time.
All right. I hope it doesn't
But
get
if you
too
can get
ugly.
BJ's to sit over there, that would be nice. That would be nice, if you got BJ's.
It would great.
Okay, is there another item, Amy, or is it,
Okay.
are there any other reports or city manager items?
Sure you don't?
No, we don't have any.
Thank you.
George.